Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Lorain County Fairgrounds here in Wellington, Ohio, as we've got, once again, Grand National NTPA competition coming at you here tonight. My name is Dan Mayer. I will be one of your hosts here tonight. We'll also have Krista Kelly joining us here as well throughout the evening, but it's going to be a great show, and we're just about ready to get things underway here as we've got a great regional class to get us rolling here tonight. Going to be the Classic Superstock class. The 7,700-pound Classic Supers will get us rolling here as we've got 20 of them signed in for competition. So Eric Simmons here with the Midnight Squeeze is going to be our test puller. Once again, this is NTPA Region 2 competition here. So 7,700 pounds here for the Classic Supers as we've got a field of 20 ready to go. We'll talk a little bit more about them as we get rolling. All right, good run for Eric Simmons out of Hanoverton, Ohio with the Midnight Squeeze. Going to get us rolling here tonight. Our first Classic Superstock, now 7,700 pounds, maximum weight of these tractors. Of course, all the classes in pulling determined by a maximum weight, the only motorsport that does so. So Classic Supers here, 531 cubic inches underneath the hood. They'll run a 2.75 by 3-inch turbo, only one of them allowed. And making right around that 1,100 to 1,200 horsepower range for this Classic Superstock class. Very popular up here in Northeast Ohio as they run on the Region 2 circuit here with the NTPA. As we'll take a look here at the replay here of the Midnight Squeeze, our first hook. Now our order of run here tonight, so 342.04 will be the distance here, 342 and 04 will be the distance. Of course, we're going to be measuring with the laser set up at the end of the track. And as you can see, we will measure up to a 1,000th of a foot if we do have to. As laser crew set up down at the end of the track, they'll shoot the laser off the starting line as well as at the finish line, and that's where we'll end up here tonight. So 342.04 to get us rolling with our Classic Superstock class. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the order of run here tonight going to be the Classic Superstock tractors. They'll be up number one. We'll have the mini modified tractors will be the second class of the evening, and then we'll have the Unlimiteds as well, the light super stocks, and we'll conclude everything here tonight will be the pro stock tractors, and we've got a whole bunch of those. I believe about 20 of those lined up in competition here tonight. So going to be a good one here as we'll get the Classic Supers underway. Very popular class. Now, if you fans that have been with us here on Full Pull Live at certain events, you'll remember we saw these tractors last year for the first time at the event up in Canton, Ohio, as it looks like Krista Kelly's got a report for us. Go ahead, Krista.
The stands, that is where I am. What's unique about Wellington, Ohio, there are fans on both sides of the track. Grandstands. I got my new friends. This is Kimber and Wesson. They're from right here in Wellington, Ohio, and they're coming out to the tractor pulls. Tell me your favorite kind of tractor. Do you like the red ones, the green ones? Which one?
The green ones.
What about you, Wesson?
Red ones.
Red ones. A little family debate here. All right, what are you guys going to get up and cheer with me? We got to practice our cheer. Let's see if we're ready. So let's just pretend that someone had a really good run. You guys going to stand up with me? Ready?
All right, so we'll go back to the start line here. Todd Hawk out of East Rochester, Ohio, with his John Deere 5010 here tonight in Classic Superstock competition. Once again, we're live streaming to the world right here on Full Pull Live. Dan Mayer joined by Krista Kelly, sideline reporter here tonight, as we've got an incredible show for you. And glad you've decided to spend your Friday with us as we go back pulling. Oh, this track going to be a biter here tonight. Todd Hawk coming up short there with the John Deere 5010. All he can get out there is we've got the lead distance marker set up there at the end of the track. Once again, 342.04 the mark to beat here in our Classic Superstock class. So he's working off the right-hand side of the track here. Now every competitor has that option where you set up that sled. You can spot it anywhere you want between those white lines. And we saw Mr. Hawk here at 289.96, 289 and 96. We'll put him down in that number 2 spot here after 2 tractors in our field of 20 of the Classic Super Stocks. So a great crowd filling in here. A beautiful Friday night. The Friday Night Spectacular, they call it here in Wellington, Ohio. We're about 45 minutes or so southwest of the Cleveland area. As the Grand National Circuit here with the NTPA starts to wind down here. Big weekend last weekend in Bowling Green, Ohio. Pulltown, USA for the big Super National. A lot of the competitors, a lot of point shakeups. We'll talk about that throughout the night here, as we had quite a few shakeups throughout the event there in Bowling Green. And everybody comes into Wellington here. Now, Wellington, kind of an unusual event. Just a single event, just Friday night here is all we're going to be pulling. So once again, Dan Mayer joining you here trackside here at the Lorain County Fairgrounds here in Wellington, as we get ready for our next Classic Super to make its way to the start line here, as it's going to be Josh Eggerter out of Hanoverton, Ohio, and the Red Edge, 1206 International. Will be our next one up here. All chasing Eric Simmons right now with the Midnight Squeeze. Good run at 3:42.04. Now that lead distance marker set up here at the end of the track, and that's going to be a tough one to beat here in this Region 2 class. Of course, all the other classes you will see here tonight will all be NTPA Grand National classes. So for those fans that might be joining us here for the first time, the object of our sport's pretty simple. It's to see who can pull that sled the furthest distance. And here tonight, our track is measured out, they said, to 350 feet. So it's measured out, lined out to 350 feet. Approximately 40 feet wide, or as wide as your normal 2-lane highway. Got white lines each side of the track. You touch that white line, you'll be disqualified. So here we go, the Red Edge. Now Josh Eggerter, he kind of moved that sled over a little bit more towards the middle part of the track. Now the first tractor we saw go down the track, Eric Simmons with the Midnight Squeeze, was right in the middle of the track. And now we're kind of working our way back towards that spot here on the track, but a good run here for Josh. And the Red Edge tractors we'll see here on the replay. You saw that front end come up, and that is the idea. You want to get that front end up off the ground and transfer that weight back to those rear wheels. Now they're running 18-inch tires in this class. 318 and 89 will be the distance here. 318 and 89 will put Josh in that number 2 spot. So Josh Eggerter out of Hanoverton, Ohio with the Red Edge. So 318 and 89, a good run for him here tonight, as we see our field of 20 here, as we've got some of the best in this class, a class that started right around 2000 or so in the northeast part of Ohio and has transferred on into the NTPA regional circuit here the last few years. Very popular class. So we'll have the Smokin' Ace coming up next year, and that'll be Dave Spillman out of Bolivar, Ohio, our next competitor, working this Classic Superstock class. Like we said, about 11 to 1,200 horsepower they're making out of these tractors. And most of the tractors you're going to see here tonight going to be red and green, but we do have some orange ones. And we saw that last year over in Canton, Ohio. Some of the D21s that are in this field, as well as we take a good look at the Smokin' Ace John Deere. Looks to be right around a John Deere 4010 model. So all chasing the Midnight Squeeze, 3:42.04, the mark to beat here in our Classic Superstock class. So, of course, just like we see with the Grand National Circuit, these Region 2 competitors run for Region 2 points throughout the summer. All the points are awarded to the pulling vehicle, not to the driver. So you'll see a certain pulling vehicle have multiple drivers throughout the summer. As we see the crew up there looking things over there, the Smokin' Ace of Dave Spillman, before we turn them loose here tonight on our track here in Wellington. Now, the book on this track here in Wellington it's a good one. Jim Miller, not too far. Of course, you know the name Jim Miller, does a lot of tracks here on the NTPA circuit. And he's about 20 minutes from home, so this is more or less a hometown pull for Jim, and he's been here all weekend. Actually, I should say all week, working on this track, getting it ready for competition here for tonight. Yeah, this is going to be a good run right here for Dave Spillman at Smokin' Ace. He's going to be knocking on the door. I don't think he quite knocked through it here tonight. Now, remember, fans in pulling, we measure to the front of the sled. It's not actually the pulling vehicle we measure. We measure to the front of the sled. As you'll see here on the replay, you should be able to see that prism. Yeah, right at the top of your screen. And that's where they'll shoot the laser off. And if you follow that directly just down below that, you'll see the front of that sled where it kicks up. That's where we measure to. So 3:23.98, a good run. 3:23 and 98 will put him in the number 2 spot. So we'll keep moving around that number 2 spot here tonight. And I think that's going to happen quite a bit here with this Classic Superstock class, as this track just going to get better and better the more we run down it here tonight.
Second place, you know what that is.
So we see the Midnight Squeeze, our current leader, at 3:42.04. And Eric Simmons showing that lucky number 1 draw, how good it is. Sometimes it can be good for you, sometimes not so good. But here tonight, he knew what he had there. That track was just perfect for him in 3:42.04. And we'll see if anybody else can get close to him here tonight and maybe take over that number 1 spot. As we'll bring out our next competitor here. So taking a look at our lineup here tonight, looks like we've got about 85 entries or so. Did have a couple scratches here in our Grand National classes, but about 85 hooks here tonight to put on the Friday Night Spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio. And once again, glad to have you fans all with us here watching this show. There was a little confusion as to what time the start time was for this event. It had been listed earlier in the week at 6 o'clock, but they had said, nope, we're actually going 6:30, so that's what it is, and that's what we went with here tonight as we've got our next competitor, the Let's Roll. Another 06 model there, 806, this one here. As this is going to be Phil Carnolfer. And Phil, a runner out of Latonia, Ohio, with Let's Roll. Another one of the guys that's been running this class pretty much since the inception. We told you about the early 2000s when this class started. And this has been one of the guys that's been doing it quite a long time here, the Classic Super Class. So it looks like we're going to move that sled back towards the middle part of the track here. That's where Eric Simmons started off here with the Midnight Squeeze, our current leader. And it'll be interesting to see how much we do decide to move around. Now they run the smaller 18-inch wide rear tires, not the 24s like we normally see on the single charger classes. Yeah, got off to that right side, and I don't think that's going to be the place to be here for this class here tonight, as Phil Carnolfer with the Let's Roll 806 International going to come up short. So here, as we take a look here at the replay, we saw that front end come up, and then right there it settled in and a little bit heavy on the nose. Didn't transfer that weight back to the rear tires there, and want to get that front end around 8 to 15 inches off the ground. So 3:12 and 92 will be the distance here, 3:12 and 92. So we're 5 tractors in here, 1/4 of the way through our Classic Superstock class, as we will have the 2,050-pound mini rod class will be our next class up. We've got 24 of those ready to go here tonight. Nice field. Looks like all our Grand National runners are all here tonight. And boy, things are starting to get a little dicey as far as the points go, and we'll talk about that as we get to these classes here tonight. So once again, we're here running our Classic Superstock class, our first class of the evening. So we take a look there on the track here tonight. Our track crew, it's a good one. Say at the direction of Jim Miller down there. Jim making sure everything good to go.
think I'd be leaning the other way if that guy already went down the track that far.
There's Jim down there. He's the one hobbling down there. Jim, he's kind of sciatic issue going on the last couple weeks here. He's kind of been limping around and getting through it, but he says, thinks it's getting a little bit better, but he'll be the guy down there on the start line. Right there, we take a good look at the new generation here. And this is going to be Sam Kitzmiller out of Alliance, Ohio. A new generation John Deere. So right now we've got those red ones out front. There is Eric Simmons. We got the John Deere of Dave Spillman, number 2 right now at 323. So Sam Kitzmiller ready to run here tonight. The Friday night spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio. Our hook number 6 out of our 20 here tonight in Classic Super. Yeah, this is going to be a good one right here. The new generation, Sam Kitzmiller, going to be knocking on the door once again. We've had a couple of them getting close. Dave Spillman, he's the closest so far with Smokin' Ace at 323.98, good enough for number 2 spot. But let's take a look here at the replay. Front end came up and kind of settled there, but he had a lot of momentum. You saw a lot of momentum going there. And let's see what the distance. Yeah, good run. 334.03. 334 and 03 will put him number 2. As we'll shuffle Dave Spillman back to that number 3 spot. So the John Deere is taking some good shots here, just not able to take over that number 1 spot as Eric Simmons continues the lead here with the Midnight Squeeze at International. So we should have, looking at our lineup here, we should have one of them Alice Chalmers coming up here in just a little bit. I do believe we had about 2 or 3 of the ACs in our lineup here tonight. And we'll see them by the luck of the draw. They'll come up a little bit later. So once again, great action here tonight for the Friday night spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio, as the NTPA Grand National Circuit starting to wind down here. As next weekend, the mini rods will be in the 4-wheel drives. Grand National classes will be in Wauseon, Ohio on Friday night. And then over in Canton, Ohio, the Stark County Fairgrounds, going to be the light modifieds. Got the light super stocks and the pro stocks will be running. So that'll be coming up Labor Day weekend, next weekend. And we'll send it down to Jason Schultz.
It's on. Hey fans, down here with Sam Kitzmiller, just moved into 2nd place. 20 tractors tonight in this class, man. How does it feel to hook at a Grand National, buddy?
Feels good. It won't hold up, but it was a good run.
Why are you being so negative, Sam?
There's a lot of good tractors in this class.
How have you been doing this year?
That's only my first NTPA hook this year.
Well, welcome to the NTPA. Thanks for being here. And the pro stocks are later. Womp womp. That's why we're here. Back to you, Dan.
All right, so Sam Kitzmiller there, Alliance, Ohio. It makes his first run of the season with the NTPA. As we take a look at the start line, we've got that Alice Chalmers D21 painted that industrial yellow here tonight. Going to be Lindsey Rose out of Homeworth, Ohio. Calls his tractor Rumors. So we've seen the green, we've seen the red. Let's see what the AC's got here tonight. Classic Super. Well, the Alice Chalmers, they mean business here tonight. You see that industrial on the fender there. Of course, the yellow signifies the industrial yellow color on the Alice Chalmers. Always good to see the D21 out there. Any pulling vehicle. Don't see a whole lot of them anymore. But a nice run here for Lindsey Rose. Got that front end up. And we've talked about that. Get that front end up and keep it up there. Trying to get it to settle there. And right about there Got that front end down. So 3:15 and 99 will be the distance. 3:15 and 99. So we'll put the Alice Chalmers in that number 5 spot. As we'll take a look here once again at the replay. Head-on shot here, more or less, of Lindsey Rose. And looks like right about there. Had to make a correction with the tractor. And of course the pullers will tell you, touch that brake, cost you in your distance. And looks like where that front end came up and kind of pulled to the right there a little bit. Had to make that correction. May have caught him, or just a little bit there. So 3:15.99, we'll put him in that number 5 spot. Here in our Classic Superstock class is Larry Jenkins. Going to be up next here out of Carrollton, Ohio. That's eastern Ohio, basically on the Ohio-Pennsylvania border with Smoking Green. Another John Deere making its way to the starting line here as you take a look at some of the fans. Came out a little bit early here tonight, watching Classic Supers before we get on into our Grand National action here tonight. And looks like Jason's got another report for us.
All right, riding along with Lindsey Rose here. Lindsey, love your tractor. I love a D21. I love the industrial yellow. You just moved into 5th place. How's the tractor been running this year?
Not too bad, really. I mean, the motor's prime, thanks to Carlton and Jeremiah and them at the tractor depot. But I have old tires and I have only 1 gear, so I'm not playing on even playing team or whatever.
So what you're saying is you're not bringing a loaded gun to the gunfight?
No, but she still does good. It was my dad's, and he passed away of multiple myeloma, so I'm taking over the reins.
I love seeing you drive this track.
I appreciate that.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Support.
You're welcome. Thanks, Lindsey. Back to you, Dan.
All right, so Lindsey happy with her run there as we take a look at Larry Jenkins and the Smoking Green John Deere. Next up here in our Classic Super Class out of Carrollton, Ohio. All right, once again, going to work that right side of the track. Kind of started off in the middle, kind of drifted to the right side. And really, we really haven't had a challenge here. We got about 8 feet here between first and second here tonight, but that's about the closest we've come. As we'll take a look here at Larry Jenkins' run here in the Smoking Green on the replay. So 3:17.03 will take over that number 5 spot here. 3:17.03. So we'll switch out that number 5 spot with Lindsey Rose. Put her back to the number 6 spot here. Larry Jenkins moving up here. As we'll have Kyle Hawk up next here out of Kensington, Ohio with the Black River Deer. Let's get another John Deere making its way.
They certainly do. And matter of fact, the best program that any of them can do, whether it's the U.S. Army or Navy, and we've had a lot of these sponsors throughout the year.
So we'll take a look here. Henry Pitts will follow with the Pipe Dream, and then Matt Spillman with Shell Shock. Going to be our next 3 up here in our Classic Superstock class as we take a shot here of the infield here at the Lorain County Fairgrounds. The fans coming out early to watch these Classic Supers. Still filling in here. A lot of folks getting out of work and coming out here to the fair to watch the Grand National competitors. As we've got Kyle Hawk here, the Black River Deer. Going to be up next here in Classic Super. Once again, these tractors running for Region 2 points with the NTPA. They're not a Grand National class, run with the regional circuit. Of course, their organization is starting to finish up here as the region circuit will be done right around that Enderley time. As the regional competitors will make their way to the Enderley as well. That'll be the 3rd weekend in September. Coming up quick here as we take a look at the Black River Deer. John Deere 5010. Kyle Hawk. Let's see if he can get it all together here. Put that tractor in that number 1 spot. Now he's got it spotted a little bit left of center. We've seen anybody go over this far to the left side of the track.
Ready to go.
This track crew finishing up their final groom work. The roller making its way down to the end here. And we will turn loose the Black River Deer. See if he can put it in that number 1 spot. 3:42.04. Once again, the mark to beat here, Classic Superstock. Ooh. And the track takes the Black River Deer down here tonight, taking power. Kyle Hawk going to come up short. Now, as far as where he is on the track here, he's just about dead center out there. Just not able to get that power to the ground here tonight. Good launch right there. 3:15 and 97 will be the distance. 3:15 and 97.
In the center of that track, still putting down a little bit of the moisture as the sunshine dries that track out along with the wind, as you can see that plant.
So it looks like number 7 spot here is Henry Pitts will be up next with the Pipe Dream, followed by Matt Spillman with Shell Shocked, and then Dave Catlett with the Jason White Lines will be our next 3 here in Classic Superstock.
All the rain that you guys have had here and that disturbed your fair, and we're glad that this Friday night spectacular with our Grand National classes to come is going to be one heck of an event.
So once again, hats off to the track crew here at the Lorain County Fair, getting this track whipped into shape. Had a little bit of moisture earlier on in the week here, and we're able to get everything good to go here tonight. As looks like we've got another orange one making its way to the start line here as Henry Pitts will bring up the Pipe Dream. Another longtime runner here in this class. Comes to us out of Minerva, Ohio. So he's got it in full AC livery here tonight. The orange D21. As we said, well, one of 3 I do believe we have in the class here tonight. As we'll have John Rose a little bit later on with his D21. So working our way, the halfway point here in this class. We've got number 10 here out of our 20 here tonight as Henry Pitts reports to the starting line. So far, nobody been able to even get close to Eric Simmons, our test puller, as he's out front at 3:42.04. Here comes the AC. Oh, man, got way over on that right side, and you can see, fans, we talked about it earlier. You touch that white line or you go over it, and you will be disqualified, and unfortunately that's going to be the case for Henry Pitts here tonight, going to be scored as a DQ. You see the head-on shot as that tractor, unfortunately, over that right-hand boundary here tonight. We'll take a look now. Kind of odd to see, yeah, right about there. It took a real hard, might have hit a soft spot, I would have to say, out there, and really pulled hard to that right side. And at that point, he was just really trying to work that brake, trying to keep that tractor in bounds. But as you can see, lost that battle as he's going to come up with a DQ here tonight. So a tough break for Henry Pitts. All right, so we'll see if we get a word with Henry down trackside. We'll see if Krista's got him. We'll see if what he's got to say.
Dan, catching up with Henry Pitts, who just had that kind of wild ride a little bit. Hey, tell me a little bit, Henry, on what it looked like you got a little squirrely there right out of the line. Tell me about the ride.
I come up and I got on the brake pretty hard to the left, and it wasn't enough. And I went out of bounds, I think.
How much brake pressure do you have to try to save it?
I pushed it in pretty hard, about as hard as I could, and it wasn't enough.
Give that foot a rest and better luck next week. Thank you, Henry. Dan?
All right, so tough break there for Henry Pitts, and the Pipe Dream here tonight is going to be scored as a DQ here tonight. As we'll have the next up here in our lineup, we'll take a look here. The shell-shocked, good running tractor, Matt Spillman out of Bolivar, Ohio, the shell-shocked entry. Currently sits number 3 in NTPA Region 2 competition here.
We carry everything that you'd ever need as a popcorn lover. So we carry everything from poppers to all different kinds of hybrids, different kinds of microwaves, seasoning, salts, everything like that. So anything a person would need for their home use or like a concession or...
All right, so as you can see up on the screen here, for those that are looking in at Facebook and YouTube here tonight, the live look-in is going to be ending here after this next hook here. As a reminder, head on over to Full Pull Live and subscribe.
What's the best part? Just give us 1 second. We're going to let this John Deere go.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one right here. Is Shell Shock Matt Spillman looking to move up here in the points. Said come in here tonight number 3 in these Region 2 points.
What's the best thing about being a sponsor of the Grand National Circuit and doing the Pro Stock class that you guys pull in? Well, pulling has always been a childhood dream of mine, so financially once I could actually do it and then come back and sponsor my favorite class.
So 3:33.02, good run. 3:33.02 for Matt Spillman here tonight. We'll put him in the number 3 spot.
Just kind of a dream come true, so I'm glad to do it. One of the toughest classes you'll see tonight.
So a real good run here, just behind Sam Kitzmiller with the new generation John Deere at 3:34.03 in that number 2 spot. So close competition here as far as 2nd through 5th, but out front, as you can see, the midnight squeeze, and Eric Simmons still way out front with that great run of 3:42.04 here tonight. So once again, just as a reminder for those folks watching the live look-in on YouTube and Facebook, we have now ended that here after this run, and you can head on over to fullpull.us and subscribe to Full Pull Live if you have not done so, as we've got so much more NTPA action, outlaw action, you name it. We've got the United Pullers of the Carolinas actually running tomorrow night down in North Carolina. So all kinds of great action coming your way. Full Pull Live, and it's only going to get better and better as we've got some great things coming up we're going to talk about in the next couple of weeks coming up. So once again, for those fans looking in on the live look-in on Facebook and YouTube, we are going to end that. So back to the action here is Dave Catlett. Up next out of Minerva, Ohio, Chasin' White Lines will be our next competitor here in our Classic Superstock class. As looks like Krista's going to talk with our number 3 man, Matt Spillman.
So right now in 3rd, Matt Spillman. Matt, he had to buy a foot in 2nd, but that was a great run. How did it feel coming off the line?
That felt really good. The track's excellent. We put in that bigger gear here. We're going 330, 340. It takes that big gear to get out that far. It pulled her down pretty good down at the end of the track, but we handled it, and I think I made the right decision there, so pretty happy with the run.
Nice run. Dan?
All right, so Dave Catlett here, Minerva, Ohio. Minerva, Ohio, kind of a hotbed here for these classic Superstock competitors. So we've seen quite a few of them coming out of Minerva here tonight as we take a look at the Chasin' White Lines, number 6 here in NTPA Region 2 competition. Oh, yeah, he got the hopping out there, and definitely not what he was looking for. Had to get out of it here tonight. A tough break for Dave Catlett, and the Chasin' White Lines we'll see here on the replay when that hop started, but just wasn't going to pull out of it here tonight. Looks like had quite a bit of ground speed going for him, as we'll see here is, yeah, right about there. Yeah, early in the run it started, and you can just see it just got worse and worse for Dave Catlett here tonight. Chasing white lines, and well, he's not chasing white lines tonight. He's chasing that hop. 283.07 will be the distance here. 283.07 And that will put him back in the field quite a bit here in number 11 spot out of the 12 we've run here in our Classic Super Stock. So Alan Heasley out of Ravenna, Ohio, the Tin Man. Now this is the number 2 man in Region 2 points. Going to be up next year as we take a look once again at our replay. As just how high he bounced there. I'm going to say that 5-point safety harness wasn't as tight as it should be. As you can see him hopping right there. They are required to wear that 5-point safety harness. And boy, he came awful close to ringing his bell right there a couple times. As you take a look at some of the safety features on these pulling machines, of course, they all go through a tech inspection during the afternoon. Tech and safety inspection. They'll go over the scales before they make their way to the weight transfer machine. So Alan Heasley, Ravenna, Ohio, International up next. He'll be followed by Hayden Shaw's Haymaker, and then Jarek Simmons crushing it. Our next 3 Classic Super Stock classes. We're on the bottom side of this class, hook number 13 out of 20. So we're getting down to it here. See if anybody can draw into contention here tonight. Eric Simmons, that number 1 hook, and boy, that has been a good one. So we'll see what the Tin Man 856 International has got here tonight. And a strong runner all summer long on that Region 2 circuit.
Remember, center was the thing for a while. There was a little bit right. Center was the thing for a while. A little left of center. Come on, folks. Getting down the track. Big Tin Man.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be right there in the mix. Right there. Now 3:42.04 is what he had to beat. And the Tin Man going to be right there. The big question, did he get past? As we'll take a look here at the replay. Looks like the weight, a little bit on that. It kind of got bouncing, but yeah, right there, 3:34.98. We'll put him in that number 2 spot. 3:34.98. We'll put him in the number 2 spot here. So we'll move our field back 1 more spot. Nice competitive class here of Classic Supers here tonight. So 3:34.98 for Alan Heasley, the Tin Man, in that number 2 spot. And we'll see if we can get a word with him here as we take a look at our leaderboard.
Out of Amsterdam, Ohio. Called the Haymaker, 1969.
All right, looks like Krista has got Alan down trackside. We'll have a word with him.
If I had looked earlier at my
Down here with Alan Heasley, who just had a great run. Alan, between the track and the tractor, how did you pick that gear ratio? It looked like you had everything that tractor had.
It's all brand new tonight. Just broke the transmission a week ago, and we put a new transmission in it, and it's faster than we've ever run before, and it made it down the track. It worked it, though.
Every bit of torque. I bet you're happy because you didn't know what you were going to have if it was brand new.
It made it down the track, nothing broke. We've only been on a couple times this year. I'm really happy. Being a top 5 on a, we'll be good.
Think it'll hold for that 2nd place right now?
If I'm in the top 3 or 4, I'm going to be happy.
It's in the points battle, too. Thank you, Alan.
4 points this year.
All right, well, he's up there. So
NTPA hook, first NTPA hook for us this year. We broke down early and couldn't get out, and we got it fixed a couple nights ago. We pulled it last night and won, and we're in the top 3 or 4 with all these guys. I'm going to be happy.
Hometown crowd likes it, too. Thanks, Alan.
A little adjusting on this setup. We'll be good.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. As we've got Amsterdam, New York's Hayden Shaw, the Haymaker, got to be up next here. As we got another John Deere here on the start line. Jarek Simmons will follow with Crushing It, and then we've got Ryan Pollock, our current points leader, Region 2, with the Greenbroke Deer, will be up in our next couple. So We've still got a couple tough ones here at the bottom of the field.
Yeah, and this poll right now, I mean, this is huge because Enderley coming up, and now we crown the champions at Enderley. You got to be in that number one position in your region to get invited down to Enderley and sit 2 points out. This could be a huge night for him. Could be a game changer. There you are, the haymaker.
Oh, boy, he got everything out of that deer he possibly could. Now, he is awful close. Take a look, yeah. That left front tire, I'd say he's got a couple inches in between there. Boy, he got everything out of that tractor. We are down at the end of the track, and we're smelling nothing but oil down here. He used her up. We'll take a look here at the replay. Right away, kind of took a hook to the left side here. First person we've seen go down this left side. And right about there, our lead distance marker. And right there at the end, you saw it kind of took a hard, oh boy. Another one there at 3:34 and 9, but this time 9.5. So we'll go to the 100th of a foot here, 334.95. As number 2 right now, Alan Heasley at 334.98. So real close competition here with these Classic Supers. So there, once again, our top 5's going to change. Eric Simmons out there with the midnight squeeze. He's got to start wondering. They're going to start getting closer and closer to me. I have that feeling, but as this track just gets better and better, we'll send it down trackside with Krista.
So how our points work on...
I'm down here with Hayden Shaw, who just had a great run. But Hayden, it looked like you actually took a different line than some of the other guys we've seen. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts coming out of the gate.
I try not to fight the track or down the track unless I absolutely had to, and I couldn't push the brake any harder to keep it off that left line there at the end.
It was not the plan, was to go that far left.
No, absolutely not. The track's a lot better than we thought it was. I've never run this much weight on the front end of this tractor. But, yeah, got a pretty good pass. Happy with it.
What made you choose that much weight then if you've never done it before?
I have a good buddy that pulls in the same class, and we go back and forth with our setups, and it really helps us out a lot of the times.
Right now in third, Hayden Shaw. Dan?
All right, so once again back to the start line, and you can see that Hayden kind of opened things up here as Jarek Simmons was crushing it. He's over on the left side here. We're starting to work this left side. Let's see if we can make it happen. Well, kind of took the long way to get there. Jarek Simmons out of Hanoverton, Ohio, crushing it. Started here left of center, worked his way back towards the middle, and then at the end of his run here, kind of back towards the left side. Not going to get it done here tonight. Classic Super. As we see the launch right there, got the front end off the ground. So distance comes in here at 3:19 and 95. 3:19 and 95. So number 7 spot. He'll get in that top 10, but just short of getting in that top 5 here tonight. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to turn your pulling passion into cold hard cash? Introducing Full Pull Picks, the only wagering platform made for just truck and tractor pulling fans like you. Play classic picks or go head to head. If your pick pulls the furthest, you win. Even better, your first bet is on us. When you make your first deposit, we'll add $5 to your account. Download the Full Pull app or visit fullpullpicks.com to start now. And just a reminder, fans, if you do head on over to Full Pull Picks, make sure you do get your picks in before that class starts, because once that class starts, you will be shut out. So make sure you do get those picks in before that particular class starts. So 3:19.95 for Jarek Simmons, as we'll bring up Ryan Pollock, our current points leader here in NTPA Region 2 competition. with that green broke deer. John Deere 4010. Will be followed by John Rose with that Slutty Alice, and then Chuck Palmer. The first two, our next three up here. We've got that Josh Beal as well down there with the mule deer. So some tough tractors down here towards the bottom. And let's see if the green broke deer can get it done here tonight. Now that international, Eric Simmons, he's been leading the whole way here with the midnight squeeze. Once again, Friday night spectacular, Wellington, Ohio. Full pull live. Dan Mayer joining in here along with, we've got Krista Kelly down there as well as Jason Schultz doing some sideline reporting. All right, track is clear. Here we go.
Looking for top quality commercial trailers? Make it Mac Trailer. Visit MacTrailer.com to learn more. Right on the green broke deer.
Oh, well, he tried the big gear and did not work here for Ryan Pollock here tonight. It's going to come up short here out of Salem, Ohio, the green broke deer. So we'll get the distance in here. Good run, and you can see right there, just ran out of stuff. 3:24.93 will be the distance here. 3:24.93, just outside of that top five. So we are down to our final four here, Classic Superstock class. Now, statistician John Dunlap tells me that this is the first year that Classic Superstocks will have two region national champions, one here in Region 2, and then Region 1 will have the Pennsylvania and West Virginia will crown a champion there with Region 1. And Hayden Shaw with the Haymaker that we just saw a couple tractors ago sitting in that number 3 spot is in that number 1 spot there in Region 1 competition. As we bring out another Alice Chalmers, and this one here, John Rose, the Slutty Alice, a long-time runner here in Classic Super, and he's definitely, he can shake it up for sure as he's working that left side of the track. Chuck Palmer will follow with first two, Josh Beal with the mule deer, and then Colton Southern with just chugging along. Our last four competitors. Yeah, this tractor here has been numerous events over the years, the indoor events during the winter. The Midwest Winter Nationals is one of them that makes an appearance there. So let's see what this ACD21, John Rose out of Homeworth, Ohio, second of the Rose tractors. Let's see if he can put it all together here tonight, take over that number 1 spot. 3:42.04.
1969 Alice Chandler. So second last year. Let's see what he does now. Here we go, John Rose.
All right, he's going to challenge for that, I would say, within that top 5 here tonight. Got a challenge. He is going to be right there in the mix, I would say, right around that number 4 or 5 spot here unofficially. As we'll get the distance in here for John Rose and the AC D21. See a little bit of a hop right off the start there, but things settled in pretty good right there. Oh, just outside of that top 5. 3:26.92 will be the distance. 3:26.92 will be the distance for John Rose. As we are down to 3 here in our Classic Superstock class. And we'll bring in the mini sled for our next classic competition as we'll have the 2,050-pound minis. As we'll go back down trackside to Krista Kelly.
Nice opportunity to
Well, I'm here in the grandstands. I've got some new friends with me. They're enjoying the tractor pulling here in Wellington, Ohio, this Friday night spectacular. All right, I don't know a lot about tractors. I know just enough to be dangerous, but Judd here knows a thing or two about tractors. So help me with my interviewing. What should I ask these guys as they're done with their pull?
What they felt down the track and how they thought the run went.
Listen, if I can't make it all night, Judd, I'm putting you on standby, okay? You're going to come in and do these interviews. All right, let me move up here to Jeb. Jeb, you're enjoying some Oreo cookies here in the stands, aren't you? What do you like about tractor pulling? Tell me 2 things that you like about tractors.
I like the loudness of them, and I like when they go bouncing.
Like when they go bouncing? I don't know if they like it when they go bouncing. Do you stand up and cheer when it happens? No? Can we stand up and cheer right now, guys? Look, are you ready? Let's do it. All right, Dan, we're sending it back to you in the only way we know how here at Full Pull Live. Ready? Let's go, guys. Say, back to you, Dan.
Yeah, they enjoy helping in their Steiner. And not to mention, you can go to Steiner.
All right, some of our young fans enjoying the action here.
And it's pretty cool to see how
the Wellington event here, the Lorain County Fair. Good to see the young fans out here ready to hear the noise, and we're going to hear that in just a little bit. But first things first, we got to settle this classic Superstock class. Chuck Palmer Jr. and first due the John Deere. And looks like we're going to stack another one here. Rootstown, Ohio for Chuck Palmer Jr. With the first due John Deere. Looks to be about a 50 series or 30 series. Yeah, 4430. So going to be just outside of the money here tonight. Of course, got to get right in the mix, as we'll see here on the replay. Drove it down towards the middle, then back around here. So 316 and 94 for Chuck Palmer. 316 and 94 will be the distance, and he'll be just outside of that top 10. So Josh Beal and that Mule Deer going to be up next here, and then Colton Southern, Lisbon, Ohio, with just chugging along, our last 2 competitors, and we'll get ready for the mini modifieds. As we have got once again a stout field, 24 of the top mini modifieds in the nation. They are going to battle it out here. Only 1 point separate first and second. It's going to be good here tonight here in Wellington. But got 2 to go here. 2 to go. Classic Supers. We will finish this class out. Bring in our mini sled here tonight. Get ready to go. As you can see the fairgrounds filling in. Everybody get ready for Grand National pulling action. Great fair here in Lorain County.
Fans that are out there, don't forget, we still got a lot of the NTPA season to come up. And if you can't make it out to one of the events, you can always check it out.
So there we take a look at the Mule Deer and Josh Beal.
$99 a month. You can sign up now at fullpull.live.com and don't miss any of the NTPA.
Always a strong runner here in Classic Superstock action.
This is being live streamed right now. Matter of fact, one of the great announcers of NTPA besides Denver and myself, Dan Mayer, he's on the microphone tonight and calling all the action.
So Whipple, Ohio, the Mule Deer up next here. Very strong running. John Deere 4320. And then we'll have the Colton Southern with the Just Chug It Along. Going to be our last competitor here in Classic Super. And boy, wouldn't that be something? Eric Simmons holding on through 19 other tractors with the Midnight Squeeze International to take the win. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here, as we've got 2 to go. And for sure, this Mule Deer can do it. Let's see if he can find that sweet spot on our track here tonight and take home the big win out of Whipple, Ohio. All right, looks like track is clear, and we will get the green flags out.
A lot of people know what's going on right there. Thank you, folks, from Southern Heights. Wish you all the best. Take the flag out of the shade. And time to go forward.
Oh, well, we said it's going to be close, and yeah, it's just really going to get tight here. Really going to get tight here, the Mule Deer. And Josh Beal. Wait here on the replay, but yeah, he is going to be right there. Now, right now, number 2 spot is 334.98. And I think we may have just got in between here. Oh, 333.05. 333.05 will be the distance here. So number 5 spot for Josh Beal. So 1 to go with Colton Southern, our last competitor here, as we see on the replay. Look at the ground speed that Josh got going with that tractor, the Mule Deer. I actually thought it was a little bit better than that 333, but the laser doesn't lie, that's for sure. Of course, you go back to the old days with the tape measure, and of course the tape measure back in the day would lie a little bit. If you didn't like somebody, you didn't pull it as tight, or you liked them a little too much, you'd pull it a little tighter, but laser does not lie. As we said, we measure it right at the starting line as well as at the finish line. So 1 to go here. Colton Southern out of Lisbon, Ohio, with just chugging along. Our last John Deere, last tractor, Classic Super. And we'll get ready for the ground pounders, the Wild and Woolly mini modifieds here as you take a good look at some of the rides here at the Lorain County Fairgrounds. Another one of the beautiful fairgrounds here in the state of Ohio. Of course, been running NTPA Grand National action for about, I'd say 10, 15 years now. Some of the classes haven't been here all them years, but Pro Stocks have been here quite a few years. As here we take a look at our last tractor back it in our Classic Super Stock class. Going to be Colton Southern, just chugging along out of Lisbon, Ohio. As we hear in the background some of the mini modified competitors getting a little heat in those engines. Before we turn them loose here tonight, they'll be up next. So back out the Track Boss sled here, our big sled we're using here tonight. Move in that mini sled. Of course, we got a great points battle going on in that mini class. As we see Jason Schultz down there with our number 2 man in points. Jeff Hurt, that little bear, he just sits 1 point behind Adam Kester going into tonight's show. And he'll be the test puller here tonight in our mini class. But first things first, we got to finish out here with just chugging along. And Colton Southern, let's see if this deer can do it here tonight. At International, Eric Simmons, he's held the whole way here. Got quite a bit of ground speed here, and we will see. I don't think he quite got Eric, but going to mix the order up here quite a bit. A good run for Colton Southern, our last competitor here in our Classic Superstock class here tonight, here in Wellington, Ohio. Beautiful Friday night. Glad you're joining us here on Full Pull Live. So we'll take a look here at the replay for Colton Southern at 328.07, a good run. 328.04 will put him in that number 7 spot. And once again, we take a look here as we'll send it down trackside, actually to the start line, to Jason Schultz, as he's got Jeff Hurt down there, our number 1 hook here in minis.
Adam Kester rolling into Wilmington with 1 point lead over Jeff Fair. How are you feeling, buddy?
I'd feel better if he wasn't first hook, but we'll see what happens here. The track looks to be pretty good.
Thank you.
He's super stocked roller in here pretty good for us, so we'll see if it's a numbers game or not tonight. There's 24 of us. I think should be very fair for all of us, but may the best guy win.
Footloose is leading the points. Where are you at in the class, Adam, with the tractor?
I think about 14th hook, so we're right in the middle, so we can't complain either direction there. So we got this first tractor, maybe learn a little bit off of and see what we can do with it.
One thing I did notice was there really didn't seem to be a bad spot in the track in that Classic Super Stock class. Adam, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think we'll see here as the class goes on, if anybody starts moving around it or anything, it looks to me like most people are going to be center to left of center. We'll see if anybody wants to move over to the right.
Awesome, Adam. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Back to you, Dan.
All right, so, well, we apologize. Thought we had Jeff Hurt down there, but it was actually our points leader, Adam Kester. And, of course, Adam has led the way here since Hutchinson, Minnesota. He has led the points as we take a look here at our final rundown here for Classic Superstock, our first class of the night. As, once again, the midnight squeeze, and Eric Simmons will take the big win. Tin Man will finish up in that number 2 spot. As we saw, that was Alan Heasley here tonight. Haymaker will finish up number 3. New Generation, number 4. And, of course, that Mule Deer of Josh Beal will finish up number 5. Shell Shock, number 6. 7 will be Just Chuggin'. The Slutty Alice will finish up number 8. Green Broke will finish up 9. And rounding out our top 10 here tonight was the Stroking Ace. So that will conclude the Smoking Ace there, as that will conclude our Classic Superstock class, the Region 2 class here. And from this point forward, fans will see nothing but NTPA Grand National competition championship pulling here with the NTPA Grand National circuit. As these competitors ready to go here tonight for the mini class. Hook number 14 out of the 16 they've got scheduled for 2025. We've had 3 rainouts on the schedule here this summer. One in Toma, Wisconsin. Also a couple in Fort Recovery, Ohio. As here we go, Mr. Excitement, Jeff Hurt out of Port Clinton, Ohio, about 45 minutes from here, right up on Lake Erie, just west of the Cedar Point area. He's going to be our test puller in our 2,050-pound mini class here tonight. As by the luck of the draw, Jeff has drawn that number 1 spot. Now, he sits number 2 here in Grand National points, as he is just 1 point back of Adam Kester, who, like we said earlier, has led the way since Hutchinson, Minnesota, the first event of the summer. And Jeff has been playing catch-up and been doing a great job here. Now, last weekend in Bowling Green, Ohio, we saw the Little Bear in the winner's circle. Picked up his first Grand National win in Bowling Green, Ohio in the mini class. And he is going to set the mark here. So number 1 hook here in our mini class. 2,050 pounds, 3,000 horsepower. Hang on, it's going to get exciting. All right, green flags are out. Jeff taking just a little bit of time here. So Mr. Excitement right down the pike here. Number 1 hook in our mini class. Now big decision for Jeff. Big decision, as it's raining dirt down here at the end of the track here in Wellington. So we'll take a look here at the replay. Sled spotted just a little bit left of center, but the front end came up, and so 3:53 and 99 will be the distance. 3:53 and 99. All right, so he is happy with that one. He's going to take that run, and who wouldn't? Great run there at 3:53.99. All right, we'll send it down trackside to Krista.
Jeff, big fist pump from you as soon as you came off the line there.
Just super happy with that pass. I don't know what I could have done any different. We come with the throttle really fast. It took it. Fast, smooth pass. They're chasing it. Hope it holds up.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, so things are getting tense down there on the starting line. These competitors, they know just a couple more hooks. Now, we got this event here tonight, as well as next Friday night in Wauseon, Ohio. Going to head back to the northwest corner of the Buckeye State for the final event before the Enderley pull-off. So these competitors know they've got just 2 points events left to go on their season to get into that top 5 for the Enderley. Of course, we talked about that throughout the summer. The Enderley pull-off this year not going to be just a big dollar money event, it's also going to have points implications, as the top 5 in Grand National points will be invited to run for the championship there. So here we take a look at Bryce Cullen, the Dr. Dirt, our next puller up here out of Wakeman, Ohio. Now him and his teammate Mike Summers. Mike Summers will be out a little bit later on with the Crazy Horse. So as you can see here in this mini class, a lot of teams running in this class. So Dr. Dirt going to move that sled over just a little bit more towards that left side. So 3:53.99, the mark to beat here as we get ready to go. Bryce Cullen. And we're going to run it right down to that 350-foot mark here as we see Vaughn Bauer in the sled here tonight operating that Iron Boy. Of course, brand new Iron Boy sled out of Peyton, Iowa. We'll take a look here at the replay of Bryce Cullen's run. Yeah, you can see the transfer on that tractor just about perfect as he made its way down the track. Now, Bryce been a regional runner here the last couple years, and we see him from time to time step up and run with the Grand National runners. But right there in the mix for sure. As we'll get the distance in here for Bryce Cullen and Dr. Dirt.
Are you ready? I'm going to turn it over to you. Well, I appreciate that, Denver.
So 3:46 and 39. 3:46 and 39 for Bryce Cullen. We'll put him in that number 2 spot. So I would have to say the officials wanted to look at one more. They took a look at Bryce Cullen's tractor. So we are official here. So everybody chasing Jeff Hurt right now with that Little Bear here in our mini class tonight. So 2,050-pound mini class. Very popular class here in NTPA Grand National competition. Actually started back in 1974, one of the first classes that came out of the tractor classes that were so popular back in the day. Of course, the NTPA started with stock tractors and modified tractors. Well, the minis were the first of the other classes to take hold and get very popular. Of course, 13-inch hitch height. Can't go any higher than that on the mini rods. Now 8 feet from the center of the rear axle forward is the maximum length of these tractors, and basically run the same engine you find on a top alcohol dragster funny car on the quarter mile. So as we back in next, Cody Edwards, another one of the newer guys here in competition out of Bucyrus, Ohio. He calls it the Razor's Edge, and we have seen him a couple times out on the Grand National circuits all over in Farley, Iowa, as well as last weekend in Bowling Green, Ohio. So Cody Edwards up next here. Gonna run the Razor's Edge. So one of the newer competitors here in mini competition. Uh-oh, and trouble right there for Cody Edwards. Now, we have seen this quite a few times throughout the summer, and we have seen everything from kill switches. The competitor you'll see are on Hooker down there. He'll go back and look at the kill switch. That'll be the first thing they'll look at, see if that was pulled on the tractor. And then the next thing would be the electronics. We've seen quite a few of the electronic ignition boxes on these tractors go south. So 2:48.97, unfortunately, will be the distance here for Cody Edwards, 2:48.97. Now, if it were determined that the kill switch was pulled, he will have another shot here at the sled. So, but I don't see anything that implies that here tonight. So it looks like, unfortunately, he's going to be breakage for Cody Edwards there on the tractor. And let's see if we can find anything out here as we pull off the Razor's Edge. And yeah, we do see the blower belt not on the front. Of course, the lifeblood of a supercharged engine, and it does not have the blower belt on there. So yeah, did lose that supercharger belt for Cody here tonight. And it looks like we got Jason down trackside with Marty Wilson.
Down here with Marty Wilson on the starting line. Marty, you and Ken are coming in 7th. A couple points out of that top line, coming to 7th. What's your game plan heading into tonight?
Try to not wreck.
we're going to try to make a pass A to B and get down there past who we got to get past and hopefully make up some room.
Does Ken still get nervous at 83 years old?
No, it doesn't bother him at all.
Is he happy to be here still?
He's cool as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber. I love it. Good luck to you guys tonight, Marty.
Blow out the candles.
There we go. Good luck, Marty. Back to you, Dan.
All right. Well, of course, Ken Vinny, he's been there, done that. He's done it all, drag racing, pulling. He just takes a lot to get him up and going. Troy Arndt on the start line here. Now, Troy all summer long has been in that top 5 in points. Just last weekend fell out of the top 5 and comes in here this weekend, number 6, 1 out here of getting into that top 5 for the Enderley. Now Troy out of Sac City, Iowa, the northwest corner of the Hawkeye State, with the slingshot. Of course, runs with Adam Bauer. They run as a team throughout the summer. So looking at our current points here, it looks like Troy is just 2 points out of that number 5 spot now. Adam Kester holds that number 5 spot with Walk the Line. And Troy right now 2 points behind here. So 3:27.96 will be the distance for that number 3 spot. 3:27 and 96. So once again, all chasing Jeff Hurt here with the Little Bear out of Port Clinton, Ohio. So there you take a look at our current leaderboard as Jeff Hurt with the Little Bear out front at 3:53.99. And no doubt we'll head down and see what Troy had to think about that run there. Of course, Troy, a former super stock puller, decided to get into mini rods a couple years back. And we'll see what he thought of his run here tonight. We'll send it down trackside with Krista.
Down here with Adam Bauer. Adam, you come in 4th in the points. Be in that top 5 spot for the Enderley. Troy just had a good pass. Do you like your position in the class order tonight, or would you like to be really like Jeff was?
No, I think track's pretty good tonight. I think it's going to stay together, so I don't think it matters where we hook. It's just finding a spot on the start line, get you out pretty good is what we need to find. So
has Wellington been pretty good in you in the past, Adam?
Oh, yeah. We love coming to Ohio, bud.
You've said that before. Wayne Purser said, hammer down.
That's exactly right.
All right, new effort here for the Chaos pulling team out of Washington, Pennsylvania here. Kevin Campbell going to be doing the driving here of the Chaos R&D machine. We've seen a whole bunch of different drivers here throughout the summer drive this tractor, but the owner, Kevin Campbell, gets in the seat here tonight, does a great job. Take a look at the balance of that tractor right there, like a duck out of water. I don't think it touched the whole way down there. 3:22 and 03 will be the distance. 3:22 and 03 for Kevin Campbell with the Chaos R&D machine here tonight. A good run, but as Adam Bauer said, got to find that good spot on the start line to start from out there. That is going to be what's going to be the difference. And we'll send it down trackside with Krista.
Down here with the driver of Slingshot, Troy Arndt, currently in 3rd place there. And I know you're fighting for that 5th place, that invite to Enderley. What do you think of your run tonight?
I wish I could have done a little bit better to ensure my deal for Enderley. That's what I'm hoping for here tonight.
What would you have changed? When you say differently, what would you have done?
I don't know. Maybe a little faster here. That's the only thing I can think of right now.
Troy Arndt from Sac City, Iowa. Thank you very much.
On Friday afternoon and Saturday night.
All right, so here we go. Dusty Price making his way out on the track here Another regional competitor, Region 2 runner, Dusty Price out of Wolf Lake, Indiana, northern Indiana, with the Bacon Bits Cruiser. You fans may remember, had that Fiat Topolino style body on this mini rod for a bunch of years, and this year ran out of time. They said they're not going to put the body on it. Still runs those funny car style headers, though. Long-time runner here, Dusty Price. He'll be up next. He'll be followed by Gene Zeltner with the one piece at a time, and then Andy Corporal, the Little Heathen, our next three here in mini modified. So hook number 6 out of our 24 here tonight. So just a quarter of the way through this mini class, and Dusty's got that sled way over on that right side, right of center. Oh, he cross-tracked it. He cross-tracked it here tonight. A good run for Dusty Price as he quickly gets it shut down, but we'll see on the replay. Come right across the track here. Good run. Started right of center there. We saw the front end come up and pretty much held her there the whole run. Working his way towards that left sideline. And we will see here what the laser tells us for Dusty. Yeah, good run. 346 and 96. 346 and 96. We'll put him in that number 3 spot here. Actually, that would be number 2 spot. Okay, so nope, we had a change here with Dr. Dirt. Okay, so that would explain. So 346.98 for Dr. Dirt. So that has changed. Okay, so Dusty Price, number 3 spot, as our leaderboard says. The Bacon Bits Cruiser, 346.96. All right, so Gene Zeltner will head back towards the start line here out of Bowling Green, Ohio. The one piece at a time. And very unique machine because it's turbocharged. We've seen the supercharged entries out here, as Gene will have the turbocharged entry, and they have run for so many years out on the circuit. It's a different sound you'll see here as Gene makes his way out on the track. Some of the competitors in the class watching out here as Gene makes his way out. So one piece at a time. Of course, back started with this. Started with a Cadillac engine many years ago. Used to run it called the Pink Cadillac. They had a couple of them out of Bowling Green, Ohio, and before moving on into the one piece at a time name on them. So Gene Zeltner, he's got that little forward design like we see from the Slaw family. Sits way out front of those front tires, not in between them like a lot of the minis. So everybody's got the different idea as far as what they want to run with these minis. Of course, the big thing with these minis are tires. These competitors will spend usually about 3 hours to sharpen a set of tires for these minis. And you do have to sharpen them after every run. I mean, these tracks are really tough. You got to keep that edge on the tires. So important. And we have seen from time to time, if there's a pull-off in the mini class, they'll actually change tires for a pull-off. So here we go. The twin turbocharged entry, Gene Zeltner. Hang on to her, Gene. Saw those turbos come up, and she kicked in, and away it went, but unfortunately kind of sent him into a bucking motion out there. So a tough break there for Gene Zeltner, that plumb crazy pulling team. So here we'll take a look at the replay. Riding it out, of course, getting those turbos to spool up here. He just got going there, and then things got a little bit crazy on him. Got her shut down at 193 and 92, so definitely not the run he was looking for, 193 and 92. but able to drive her off the track. And on to the next pole here for Gene. Of course, they'll be going next Friday night, Wauseon, Ohio. Northwest Ohio for their mini event that has become so popular over the years. Mini running there for, gosh, it's got to be over 20 years now. They've been running up there in Wauseon. So Andy Corporal will make his way to the starting line here. The Little Heathen tractor out of Van Buren, Indiana. As we'll take a look here at our current top 5 in our mini modified class. As we said earlier, hook number 14 out of 16 that make up their 2025 season. And here is one of the rookies right here at Little Heathen, Andy Corporal out of Van Buren, Indiana. Has had a couple good runs here with this tractor throughout the season. Some nice top 5 runs for him. Now this tractor, everything including the chassis, the engine, built in-house right there. And of course, you know the name Corporal. Him and Les are brothers, but they designed this engine themselves, and of course the chassis, and looking for big things here as they run here on the Grand National circuit as rookies. They've kind of dabbled over the last couple of years. Matter of fact, picked up a Grand National win in Fort Recovery a couple of years ago, but running for the points here this summer. Back a little bit there in the number 13 spot going in here this weekend. And 2 in a row here, Andy Corporal, and unfortunately looks like going to get over that chalk line there on the left side. Man, really hate to see that. Got her shut down there, but unfortunately had to use up that white line to do so. As we'll take a look here at the replay. Right about there, that front end came up and started drifting real bad to that left side. And then we saw it one wheel. So unfortunately going to be a DQ for Andy Corporal here tonight with that Little Heathen. So going to be a disqualification. Just a little bit too much momentum right there to get it shut down for Andy Corporal here tonight with that Little Heathen. So moving along, we should have Mason Theobald and the Wicked Ride will be up next here. First of 3 tractors out of Shelbyville, Indiana. Adam Kester with his first of 3 entries, and then Lindsey Campbell with her second out of 3 entries. So as you can see, it's quite popular here in the mini class to run 3 entries. Right in a row we'll have 3 tractor teams here. But Mason Theobald, rookie, another one of our rookies for 2025, calls this one the Wicked, number 12 in Grand National points. Now last year we saw Mason run on the Grand National circuit in the 2-wheel drive class. Has since sold that truck, moved on up here to the mini class, and once again running as a rookie. So this young man just graduated high school just a couple months ago and spent his summer Grand National pulling. Now we talked to Dad Doug a little bit earlier in our Countdown to Pull Time show. Doug, of course, will be running the unlimited class later with his big unlimited tractor. But he says for here for the mini class, he really likes being crew chief and watching these minis go down the track, trying to get everything set up for him. So the first of the Wicked Minis here tonight. They'll have 3 of them here in the competition. Roll the slack out of the chain. No jerk starts and pulling. Must start with a tight hitch as we get ready for Mason Theobald. All chasing. Jeff Hurt right now, 353.99, the mark to beat here in our 2,050-pound mini modified class. And working that extreme right side of the track and Well, that's not going to be the place to be this afternoon for Mason Theobald, as he's going to come up short here. They tried something a little different. Did not work out for him. Over here on the right side, you see him making all kinds of horsepower. And that's one thing about these Theobald minis, boy. They turn the RPM, that is for sure. You can close your eyes and know what tractors are going down the track. But unfortunately, going to be way short here for Mason Theobald with the wicked entry. Out of Shelbyville, Indiana, just south of the Indianapolis area. So 290 even. 290 even will be the distance for Mason Theobald. That will put him number 6 out of the 9 that have run here, as Adam Kester will make his way to the start line next with the walk the line entry. Lindsey Campbell will follow with short fuse, and then Ken Veeney, the legend. A funny little farm all. Jason Schultz talked to his crew chief, Marty Wilson, earlier, and Ken's not nervous at all. He said he's cool as a cucumber, ready to go here tonight in our mini class as the sun starts to make its way down in the west. As that moisture starts working its way up in our track, and I look for that track to get just a little bit better here. Of course, Unlimited Modifieds will be our next class up. Then we'll have the light super stocks, and we'll conclude tonight's program with the pro stocks. So here comes Adam Kester with the walk the line entry, his first of 3 entries. Now this one currently sits number 5 in Grand National points. Now this one here in the Beast of Burden are brand new for 2025. The Footloose tractor that currently leads the points. He built that one new last year, 1 year ago. And, talking to Adam, and, he had mentioned about how he'd like to kind of downgrade a little bit, get rid of one of those tractors. But he says, how can you when they're running so good? So here we go. Adam Kester on the start line, his first of 3. He's got that Rotella ELC HD sponsorship on the side. Number 5 in Grand National points. Jim Miller gives him a fist pump, and he sets his sights on that 353.99. That Jeff Hurt right now leads the way, almost halfway through this class. Moving fast and furious. Went back over to that right side and had a little bit more success. We saw Mason Theobald over there at 290 even, but Adam Kester, he got that front end up a little bit with the walk the line out of Wadesville, Indiana. Take a look. Yeah, look at that tractor drift off to that right side. Front end balance just about perfect, and we see him kind of touching that brake just a little bit, not a whole lot. 314 and 91 will be the distance here, 314 and 91. So now we go to our point standings here. So walk the line was in the number 5 spot. Now Troy Arndt with the slingshot was in that number 6 spot, just 2 points behind. So he's going to gain some positions on Adam Kester here. So Troy Arndt right now with his run of 327 and 96 in that number 4 spot. Looking pretty good right now. Looking to gain some Grand National points. Boy, this is going to be exciting, as we're not even going to try to figure this out as we go through this evening, because I've run in this before when you try to figure points out and it just doesn't work out that way. We'll wait and see how things kind of shake out here at the conclusion of the class. So number 11 spot here, Lindsey Campbell up next with the short fuse entry. Now Lindsey sits in the number 3 spot, and she is just 2 points behind Adam Kester with Footloose. So Lindsey looking for a good run here tonight, no doubt. Out of Washington, Pennsylvania. See husband Kevin out front. We already see Kevin go down the track with the Chaos tractor. So own and operate Chaos Fabrication there in southwestern Pennsylvania, just south of the Pittsburgh area. Washington, PA. Fans, of course, you aficionados out there in Washington, PA, you think of honkin' donkeys. For so many years. Of course, Kevin and Lindsey coming out of Washington as well. And Vinny will follow, and then we'll go back to the Footloose tractor and Adam Kester, our current points leader. So those are our next 3 coming up here, and take a look at those intent eyes. Lindsey Campbell She knows what she's got to do. 3:53.99. Jeff Hurt, our current leader. And right now, number 2 in the Grand National points. But here's number 3. Let's see if Lindsay can make up some ground. And a great run for Lindsay Campbell. She is going to be right there in the mix. Got that front end up, and away she went here tonight. A great run. Wisconsin. All right, take a look at the replay here. That front end came up, and we'll see here if her left leg just touching that brake just a little bit. Yeah, we see just a little bit there. She tapped it. But what a great run for Lindsay Campbell. We'll see what the distance comes up here, as it's going to be a good one. 3:35 and 97. 3:35 and 97. Good enough for number 4 here tonight. So Lindsay Campbell, good run here. Once again, we'll take a look at the replay. And just take a look at her feather that brake. And we'll send it down trackside to Krista with Lindsay.
With Lindsay Campbell, she is running for this championship, the Enderley Invite. I know that you love things vintage. You have the vintage tape. That was a vintage classic run, Lindsay. Tell us about your line and your choice.
Thank you. So my husband usually picks my line ahead of time, so I don't have to think about it. I just bend the throttle. So he did all the work.
I don't know about that, but you also talked to me today about you like to have a Zen routine before you go out there. Tell me about what you did before the hook, and then afterwards how you're feeling.
I do. I strap myself in. I get a little claustrophobic, so I got to do some breathing exercises. I also talk to my friends that have passed away before I go, and I ask them to go on a little ride.
We're with you tonight. Congratulations. It's a good run. We'll see if it holds right now in 4th. Lindsay Campbell out of Washington, PA, here in Wellington, Ohio.
All right, so back to the starting line here. The living legend, Ken Vini, out of Wadsworth, Ohio. And not too far from home here tonight for Ken Vini as he makes his way out on the track here. And what can you say about Ken Vini, a member of the Drag Racing Hall of Fame, former crew chief for Darrell Gwynn's Top Fuel team years ago, and then got involved in tractor and truck pulling action. Has won Unlimited Championship. He's won a Modified Championship, a couple mini championships to go along with it. And boy, he has really got this tractor, started off outside the top 10 in points and really has ripped and clawed his way back into contention here. Currently sits number 7 in Grand National points here. A very strong entry here. Let's see if he can do it here tonight. Ken Vini, Wadsworth, Ohio. Now, he's never been able to put it in the winner's circle here in Wellington, as this is the 7th time that the minis have run here in Wellington. Looking to get into that number 1 spot here. Once again, Jeff Hurt, our leader, at 3:53 and 99. Like a rocket, Ken Vini, the crowd goes crazy as Ken Vini going to be right there. Our CM Pulling Tires, a lead distance marker out there. Of course, CM Pulling Tires, the sponsor of the 2050-pound mini modifieds for the 2025 season. And what a run for Ken Vini. Like a rocket. Take a look. This tractor got locked in, and he was off the mark right there. And right there to that lead distance marker as we wait for the distance to come in. 3:44.03. So we're going to switch around that number 4 spot one more time. 3:44.03 for Ken Vini. Of course, his wife Rona down there to greet him, as she has done for so many years. A great, great pulling team there. Wadsworth, Ohio, just south of Cleveland on the east side. We're on the west side here. So 3:44.03 for Ken Vini. We'll put him number 4. Move Lindsay Campbell back to that number 5 spot here as we take a look here at the top 10 here tonight in our mini class, as we are halfway home. Our 24 tractors here tonight. As we wait for Ken ready to go, we'll send it down trackside with Krista.
Down here with Ken Benny, and I tell you, as soon as you come to the line, everyone here is on their feet. The respect that you delivered to these fans was unbelievable. They were all on their feet. Your daughter was on her feet. I saw her cheering. Your wife is here. Ken, tell us about that run.
Oh, it was anything to get to the finish line because I do so bad at this track. I really do bad here, so I played everything safe. Not to go out there and I wasn't trying to kick butt. I wanted to go to the finish line because I do so bad.
I think you did kick a little butt because if you consider fourth bad, you're currently in fourth, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so here we go. Current national points leader Adam Kester by 1. Now, the drama builds because right now the man in number 2 is leading the class, just 1 point behind Jeff Hurt. This is going to be exciting. Here we go. And judging by where he is on the track, going to be short here of Jeff Hurt. Now, we talked about it. Jeff just 1 point behind this Footloose tractor. Got that front end up, kind of drove it out here to this left sideline for Adam Kester in Footloose. Has had 2 wins with this tractor and number 5 spot here, so 339 and 95. 339 and 95. Good enough for number 5 spot here. He'll bump Lindsay out of that number 5 spot here tonight. So, yeah, we are going to have a big shakeup here in the points. And we're not done yet, fans. We've still got half the class to run here as they all try to figure it out here tonight. So Adam does have 1 more tractor to run. He'll be down in, looks like, position number 19. Nope, actually number 24. So he'll be the last hook here with the Beast of Burden tractor. So by the luck of the draw here for Adam Kester, had 1 early, 1 here in the middle, and then 1 down towards the bottom. And we'll send it down to trackside with Adam Kester.
With Adam Kester. Adam, tell me about your run.
Well, I wish I was a little bit earlier, but the track seems to still be there. Just maybe missed the setup just a little bit.
How is it changing?
I think it's drying out. Mini rods tend to dry the track out, so we were searching around a little bit for a little bit of moisture there. Good run, but the first hook seems to be the winner.
All right, so what are you going to do for your next track?
We're going to get really aggressive with it, see what we can do.
We'll be watching. Thank you.
All right, so Adam Kester says he's going to get real aggressive with that next one. So now, does that mean the tune-up? Does that mean the driving style? We're going to find out here in a little bit. As Brian Guza, Denmark, Wisconsin, the Grandpa's Disaster, making his way to the starting line. It's one of the great pulling teams out of Wisconsin. Brian Guza currently sits number 9 in the Grand National points. 1 win on the summer, that in Chapel Hill, the Super Pole of the South. So we see Dad out there. Of course, Dad years ago used to run a light super stock, had a white light super stock tractor that he ran for years, and before getting involved here with the mini class. And then from time to time we'll see Dad Jeff behind the wheel of this mini. Here we go. Over on the right side here once again, as this track is throwing these competitors fits here tonight. Brian Guza, hook number 14 out of our 24 here tonight. So we see that front end come up, kind of dance a little bit back on the rear tires. 321.02 will be the distance, 321.02. And we'll put Brian in the number 9 spot. Working our way through the mini modified class, brought to you by CM Pulling Tires here tonight, as we'll have the unlimited modified tractors will be up next. They'll be our next classic competition here. But we've still got a whole bunch of minis to run. As we take a look here at our current leaderboard, and that Little Bear, now just like we saw in the Classic Superstock class, that #1 hook here has really been the one to have. But now we heard from Adam Bauer earlier. He said that track's pretty consistent. You just got to find that place on the start line to get after it. So Kevin Dick out of Tiffin, Ohio, going to be our next puller up here as we take a look at some of the infield crowd here at the Lorain County Fair. All these folks having a good time, enjoying some great mini modified competition. As there we take a look at the Cat Sass entry of Kevin Dick out of Tiffin, Ohio. We saw Kevin last week at the National Tractor Pulling Championships. Kevin, mostly a Region 2 competitor, runs on that Region 2 circuit with the NTPA. Of course, that's the great thing about the Grand National circuit. At any time, come on and run, see how you run against the traveling pros. And of course, running the regional circuit doesn't mean you have, you don't have the top-notch equipment. They all have the top-notch equipment. Just means you're on the regional circuit. You don't want to travel as much as the Grand National folks. They put on a lot of miles. Of course, the regional circuit, you kind of stay contained in just a couple states. Here we go. All right, so Kevin Dick and the Cat Sass entry. Now we've seen the last couple tractors kind of working that right side. See that front end come up, kind of carried him off to the right side a little bit there. 318 and 90 will be the distance. 318 and 90. Will be the distance for Kevin Dick here tonight. Number 10 spot right now. This Grand National class of minis here in Wellington, Ohio. So it will be interesting here as we'll have a Grant Theobald up next here. Now we saw the first Theobald entry. Mason Theobald run down that right side. It'll be interesting where they spot the sled here for their second mini here. So as we take a look here at the leaderboard, just outside. Want to be inside that top 10, of course, as we start to wind down with one more hook to go. And looks like we're going to have a word here with Kevin Dick, and we'll get his helmet off. We'll send it down to Krista.
Down here with the driver of the Cat Sass, Kevin Dick. Kevin, you're laughing. I love that name, by the way. It's a great paint scheme. How about that run?
Well, not ideal, obviously. We missed the setup, but that's all part of it. It's a guessing game, and we'll take the information and try again harder next week.
I know these fans love seeing you. You're a regular Region 2 competitor. How's it feel to be out here back in front of the hometown crowd?
Well, we'd like to compete at this level, and we're trying to get there, but it's very, very, very challenging, but it's a challenge we've accepted, and we want to keep on working at it and try to get there.
Thank you very much. We're excited to have you here. Thank you.
All right, so we go back to the staging lanes as we see the next of the Theobald minis. Coming up next year, Grant Theobald. Once again, Shelbyville, Indiana. This young man going to graduate from Purdue this coming December. Well, talked to Doug on our countdown show, and he said, hopefully. So I don't know. But, yeah, he's supposed to graduate here from Purdue in December. His dad out front once again. And Grant really had a good run last weekend. Kind of got that monkey off his back. Been struggling here, making some good runs. And, last year he had 4 Grand National wins on the circuit. The tractor was right there in the points. And this year, just as Doug said, they've changed up that weight transfer machine. Now, Chapel Hill, Tennessee was the turning point here as Vaughn Bauer brought out that brand new Iron Boy sled there in Chapel Hill. And, even though it's the same, everything, all the dimensions are the same as the old sled, but, as Doug had mentioned, things are definitely different. So Grant Theobald, the Little Wicked, here out of Shelbyville, Indiana, our next puller here in competition. Currently sits number 14 in Grand National points, looking to build on that run from Bowling Green last week. All right, he got off to the left side and just not able to get to that 353 mark here. Jeff Hurd, our leader. Yeah, right there we saw him pull to the left. Straightened it out right there. Front end came back up. So 330.00. Good run for Grant. 330.00. We'll put him in that number 7 spot here. Yeah, number 7 for Grant Theobald here in this tough class of minis. So as we take a look here at the leaderboard, we'll put Grant in that number 7 spot with Little Wicked, as Mike Summers with the Crazy Horse will be up next. Sam McCurry's Carbon Copy, and then Adam Bauer with the Iron Toy. Our next 3 here in mini competition, as we've got, looks like 7 to go. 7 left to go here in our mini class tonight. And then move on into the unlimited class. And we'll send it down to Grant Theobald with Krista.
With Grant Theobald currently in 7. Now we know the track is changing. Tell us a little bit about how you chose your line, and was that where you wanted to be?
Well, it seems like everybody's trying to run on the left side. I thought when I looked at the track at the beginning of class, the left side was a little bit more solid, so we kind of went left to center. It seemed like it hooked up really good leaving the line, then I kind of came with it a little bit too much, and it blew the tire out of the ground, and I had to pedal it a little bit. I probably should have got out of it before 100 feet. Once it hooked up, it got going, but it kept trying to pick the front end up, and it seemed like it was trying to blow the tire out of the ground. I had to hit the brake a couple times, so I wish I could do it over, but that's pulling, so I guess we'll try again next time. Hope we can do better.
Mason went, you went. What are you going to tell Mom?
I would try to be a lot smoother with the throttle than you think, because it feels like you're hooked, and then as soon as you try to come with it, you're not.
Thanks, Grant. Dan?
All right, so back to the start line here. Mike Summers, the Crazy Horse, coming to us out of Wakeman, Ohio. And Mike's an interesting story, a guy that years ago was a Grand National champion in the super modified 4-wheel drive class. He used to run the Chili Pepper and Twisted Rides years ago. Had the Chevy SSR body on it, but he's transferred over to the minis and doing good with it. Yeah, I'd say he's doing good with it. Take a look at that run, fans. Excellent job for Mike Summers, and they're fired up down here. Now teammate with Bryce Cullen, the Dr. Dirt, that sits number 2 right now at 346.98. And Mike Summers definitely going to shake it up here. We'll tell you where he will be. But now he worked that extreme left side of the track, and this will be interesting to see who's going to follow him out there. So Mike relatively new to a mini competition. So 321.02 will be the distance here. 321.02. Yeah, that don't look right. Yeah, that definitely he's down further than that I looked like out there, but that's what they're telling us. 321.02. Yeah, they're telling us 347, so that's not right on our screen there. They're telling us 347 for Mike Summers, so we'll get the correct distance up here for you. There we go, 347.03, so he'll bump his teammate out of that number 2 spot, but what a great run there for Mike Summers. a guy relatively new to mini competition. Now, we saw on Full Pull Live this summer, we televised an OSTPA event, and he won that event down there in Greenwich, Ohio. So that was a great job there for Mike Summers. So he'll bump his teammate out of that number 2 spot. We'll move Bryce Cullen back to number 3 here. So, yeah, right there, he just proved that it's still out there. Now, this is very interesting because we just saw Mike Summers put the Crazy Horse in that number 2 spot, and our next puller, Sam McCreary's going the opposite side of the track. So kind of odd here. I would have thought that he would have followed right down this left-hand chalk line, but Sam's going to try something totally different here in our mini class. So this will be interesting here as Sam McCreary, a guy that years ago used to run for Grand National points, hasn't run a whole lot, run pretty regular here. So the carbon copy, he calls it. Take a look where he's on the sideline there, right off that right-hand chalk line. So we'll see how this is going to work. Prospect, Ohio. Making plenty of power, Sam McCreary, but he's going to be short here. Tried that right sideline. So Adam Bauer, Peyton, Iowa, going to be up next year with the Iron Toy. Jeff Hurt will follow with his second tractor, the B-Bear. And there we take a look at the Crazy Horse, that replay. Now we'll go to Sam McCreary here at 3:35.02. So a good run inside that top 10. 3:35.02 for Sam McCreary. We'll put him inside that top 10 with the carbon copy entry. So Adam Bauer will be up next, Jeff Hurt, and then Renee Theobald, our next 3 here. As we're getting down to it, just 3. So yeah, Mike Summers just proved that track's still out there here tonight. At 3:47.03, moved in that number 2 spot. Still a little bit short of that 3:53.99 that Jeff Hurt set here first in the class. So we'll send it down trackside and have a word with Sam McCreary.
Sam McCreary is in the top 10 currently with 8. Tell me about the run. Looked like you had the right line.
Felt pretty good. Brad got me in the right spot there. Straight down through there, so no breaks. Pretty happy with that run.
From Prospect, Ohio, so what's it like pulling here at Wellington, and do you like this place?
Oh, yeah, I love this place. We've done pretty good here over the years. It's, really nice facility. It's nice.
Nice to see you here in the Friday Night Spectacular. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, so here we go. Adam Bauer, the all-time leader in mini modified wins on the Grand National circuit as he backs in with that Iron Toy. And we saw him, of course, in the winner's circle last weekend in Bowling Green as he picked up career win at number 65 on the circuit. Of course, number 2 spot a little bit behind Mr. Bauer at 34, and that's Phil Fairbanks. So you can see just how far out front he is now. A 6-time Grand National Mini Champion here. 2023 was his last championship. Right now, he sits number 4 in the points and can make a big run here. And that's what he needed to do. Going to be right there in the mix now. I'm going to say right around that maybe top 5 here for Adam Bauer. Picked up a 6 Bowling Green ring for the mini class as well last week for the team out of Northwest Iowa. So 343. So that's kind of a surprise there. 343 and 91. We'll stack another one in there at 340s. 343 and 91 will put him in that number 6 spot here. So, Adam, we talked to him earlier. He had talked about, really didn't matter where you started on that track. Just had to find that sweet spot out there. And, boy, look at the balance on that tractor. Just been perfect here. As we'll put him in that number 6 spot at 3:43.91. Take a look. Just if you take Jeff Hurt out of the equation, boy, we have got one of the closest mini classes, and we'll send it down trackside to Adam Bauer.
Well, before his run, Adam Bauer told us a little bit about line choice would be key. So tell me about the line you chose, and do you like what you did?
Yeah. Left side seems to always be pretty good for us down here, so I just messed up on the start line a little bit. Got after a little too hard. Tires come out from underneath me. I had to save it, so still made a good run. Just we need to go farther next time.
I was going to say, if someone saw the result, they wouldn't know how much work you were doing in the seat. How much does it take to save something like that?
I've been doing it so long, I think it just comes pretty easy to me, so not too hard.
You see that Enderley invite kind of floating out there? What do you think?
Hopefully we make a good run next weekend. We'll see you there.
Thank you, Adam.
All right, so back to the starting line here. And Jeff Hurt, Port Clinton, Ohio, currently leads the class with the Little Bear. This one here, the B Bear, his second tractor. Of course, Jeff for so many years been a many time champion in the Superstock Open class. See his crewman out there, Randy Fishball, going to help him out there, backing up to the sled. Renee Theobald will be up next, and then we'll have Jacob Lees. Jacob Lees with the Super Freak, our next 3 here in the mini competition. And we've got just a handful left to go. Now Jeff leads the class with the Little Bear. Well, they don't call him Mr. Excitement for nothing. Right there in the mix once again, down to the end of the track. You can see just a little bit short of the CM Pulling Tires lead distance marker down there. But for sure, we're going to stack another one in those 340s here tonight in the B-Bear. So here we'll take a look here, that front end come up. And yeah, you can see that tractor just wants to get to that left side, and Jeff kind of, woohoo, number 6 spot once again, 344.02 will be the distance, 344.02. So he'll take over number 6 spot. We'll move Adam Bauer back to number 7, 344.02. So a good run for Jeff Hurt, sits number 1 and number 6. So Bryce Collins sits in that number 3 spot. Mike Summers, number 2, his teammate. So look for that team in the future. We're going to call that, the Dr. Dirt and the Crazy Horse team. Look for them to make an assault here on the Grand National Circuit, possibly next year. Great night here tonight for them so far, as we'll send it down trackside with Mr. Excitement.
Okay, with Jeff Hurt, Mr. Excitement, you were the first one out. Your fist pump, by the way, after that first run happened about here. I don't think your run was done. Your hands were off the tractor and your fist was in the air on that one.
I was ahead of some tractors we needed. It just, to be able to do that with this group, it's just amazing. I mean, our program's working great. I got so many good people behind us working with us. Shannon Leicester, I mean, he's been on the phone helping with tune-up and this and that. We just got a ton of good people. Chad Mayhill, that's a brand new set of tires, first pass ever on them. I was extremely happy with how they work. What an awesome spot to be right now.
Act out how excited you were. I want to see it. Come on, give me that. Yeah, that's what I want.
All right, Jeff Hurt, never a dull moment with Mr. Excitement, that's for sure. As we go back to the start line here with the third of the Theobald Minis out of Shelbyville, Indiana. Renee Theobald. Now it's Mom's turn. We've seen the boys go, now Mom's turn. And Granite said what he was going to tell Mom to do on the start line. Is his tractor one-wheeled a little bit. Said pulled that one tire out. So Doug making sure those belts are nice and tight, cinched down nice and tight, the 5-point safety harness, as we get ready for Renee Theobald here tonight, the Pretty Wicked out of Shelbyville, Indiana. Once again chasing that 353.99, just a couple more to go We've been running them fast and furious here tonight in Wellington. The Pretty Wicked, South Central Indiana. Down the middle of the track here. Pretty Wicked entry. So Jacob Lees will be up next with the Super Freak. Kevin Campbell's Wild Card, and then Adam Kester, Beast of Burden. We're down to 3 here. In our modified mini class, Wellington, Ohio, hook number 14. So 3:35.01 will be the distance here. 3:35.01. Put her in that number 11 spot, just outside of that top 10 here tonight. As we see Vaughn Bauer there controlling that Iron Boy sled here tonight, as we'll take a look here at our current leaderboard. Nothing has changed in that top 10 as we'll put Renee Theobald number 11. Out of our 21 that we have run so far. So just 3 left to go here. New puller Jacob Lees with the Super Freak, Kevin Campbell, the Wild Card, and then Adam Kester, his third and final entry as we take a look. Great crowd. This is the infield crowd here at Wellington, Ohio, the Lorain County Fairgrounds. Everybody enjoying a beautiful Friday night, and we'll send it down trackside with Krista and Renee.
And I am with Renee now. Okay, Grant just came over and talked to you a little bit. What was that conversation?
He couldn't believe that I beat him by 5 feet because he thought that was a really good run, and I thought I got down there a little bit farther too. You just really had to drive it out tonight to keep it hook and not get crazy.
Grant went a little left of center. Looked like you were a little more straight on.
Yeah, he gave me a little bit of hints to drive it out a little bit more. He wanted to come with it a little too fast. I wanted to blow the tire out of the ground, and then that's why I pulled it to the left hard. So I just had a little bit of patience and came out with it a little slower.
Nice job. Mom gets bragging rights tonight.
All right, so as we take a look here, Jacob Lees and the Super Freak out of New Carlisle, Ohio, one of the newer minis. Just debuted this mini just a couple months ago. We saw it here on Full Pull Live in Greenwich, Ohio. As Jacob trying to get the bug sorted out of his brand new Super Freak ride. They're running the minis on the OSTPA circuit, a new class. Brought the minis back this year. Jacob's been running out there. We've seen him from time to time here on the Grand National. Good to see him here in Wellington here tonight. So the Super Freak, New Carlisle, Ohio. Yeah, I'd say they got that tractor sorted out. Wow. What a run there for Jacob Lees. Got to be well satisfied with that one. Excellent run late in the field. You can see that lead marker. Jeff Hurt sits at 3:53, but no doubt Jacob's going to be happy. Excellent run there for Jacob. 3:31 even, I'm going to have to say there. 3:31 even for Jacob Lees, number 12 spot. Hey, that's halfway through the field. That's pretty darn good. With only a handful of runs in that mini. Good job there for Jacob. As Kevin Campbell going to run his final team tractor here, the Wild Card out of Washington, Pennsylvania. That Adam Kester will fill out the field with the Beast of Burden out of Wadesville, Indiana. Our final 2 tractors here, and we'll go unlimited pulling. Wow. It's hard to believe Jeff Hurt, our number 1 hook, still holding on to that number 1 spot at 3:53.99. Now remember, Adam Kester, he had told Krista earlier, he's going to hop it up here for his last run with the Beast of Burden tractor. So we will see exactly, did he hop it up on the setup, or did he actually going to drive it differently? We're going to find out here as Kevin Campbell backing in with the wild card out of Washington, Pennsylvania, one more time. Now, Kevin's kind of been snake bit here the last couple of events. Really hasn't had the runs he's been looking for. Now, he picked up his first ever Grand National win right here in Wellington 1 year ago. So he's looking for that magic. We take a look at some of the former winners here in Wellington. Adam Bauer's a two-time winner. Chase Richardson, Adam Kester also has a win. Brian McDonald. Only 7th time that they've run the minis here in Wellington. So let's see what Kevin Campbell. Oh, man. Once again, that tough luck bug just coming up and biting Kevin one more time. And he was quickly off the throttle here. Now, the problem is he's only got one tractor to go here. And he can drop, but unfortunately just dropped one spot. And right there, they're taking a look at that points box. We talked about that earlier. How many competitors have, broken points boxes here throughout the summer? It's just been incredible. It's not sure they're just not making them like they used to. I don't know what the deal is there, but so we will find out here. They're going to drop. Only got one spot to drop here, and they have enough time to change that box out. See Chase Richardson down there helping him out, so they will make that determination. All right, so everybody kind of looking around down there.
And obviously he's going to take that opportunity possibly because they've already unhooked him and they're going to push him back. So he's going to take.
All right, so does have one more attempt here. They'll be on the gun here.
Give him a few minutes and then pull up Adam Bauer, which would be our last.
So the Vibrator Mini, a scratch here tonight. Don't see it in the lineup as they took that ignition box from the Vibrator, put it on Kevin's tonight, and they've got problems right there on the start line as they go to work here. So just one tractor to go. Adam Kester, the Beast of Burden, and then we'll go back and see if Kevin get that wild card up and going. Now right there we see the teams looking. Everybody coming over, kind of.
And a lot of people might not know, but when they come and sign up, they actually pull their numbers.
So yeah, you can see a whole bunch. We see Ricky Rose, Adam Bauer down there, of course Chase Richardson. Everybody kind of jumping in to help out on this tractor. We see the Hurt family down there. So everybody pitching in. Jeremy Smith trying to get this tractor up and going here. Of course, they do have one tractor to run. So we'll have Adam Kester with the Beast of Burden. Going to be our next tractor up here, the Beast of Burden. So, of course, Adam in a points battle himself with the Beast of Burden. Comes in here number 8 in Grand National points, just behind Ken Vaney, that funny little farmall. That Shell Rotella T6 synthetic sponsorship. So we see in that shot there, we see the Campbell crew working. Kevin's still off the tractor. As we'll back in Adam Kester here with the Beast of Burden. Two-time Grand National champion back in 2007 and 16. Pulling minis since 2005, and of course his dad, the legend Larry Kester, for so many years, the Footloose tractor. Of course, we lost Larry a couple years ago, and of course the Kester family carrying on that great tradition. So here we go, the Beast of Burden. in that left side one more time for Adam Kester. Be short of that 3:53.99 that Jeff Hurt right now, our leader. Front end came up and kind of bobbed a little bit on him. That he was going to turn up the wick on this one. So 3:29 and 06. 3:29.06. Number 14 spot for the Beast of Burden. 3:29 and 06. So we are down to one. So one attempt left to go here for Kevin Campbell. We see Marvin, the NTPA competition director, the director of technical service. He's down there with his stopwatch. Marvin Epperson, you can see the stopwatch right there in his hand. Of course, got 3 minutes to get that tractor back up to the starting line. We see Joe Ader down there now, and looks like Cody Edwards down there as well. So we got Kevin strapped back in the seat here. So once again, fans, the Unlimited Modifieds will be up next here at the conclusion of our mini class. Is Jeff Hurt. He's got to dodge one more bullet, but it's his good pal, Kevin Campbell. So moving things along here tonight. Marvin Epperson right on top of it. You take a look at our leaderboard there, the little bear, Jeff Hurt. That's the man helping down there. And doesn't matter what is going on. Jeff's always in the middle of whatever's going on down there on the start line. And we see the Crazy Horse, Mike Summers sitting in the number 2 spot. Bryce Cullen, number 3 with Dr. Dirt. Dusty Price, number 4 with the Bacon Bits. And then rounding out our top 5 here, Ken Veeney and that funny little Farmall. So Kevin Campbell makes his way back to the starting line now. Not sure what happened there. Really didn't see. We didn't change a points box out, or kind of saw him touching the mag cap out there, but really didn't see him replace anything. So Kevin Campbell quickly going to get backed in here to the weight transfer machine. Our final mini. Just outside of the top 10 in Grand National points, number 12 coming in here this weekend. 2012 Superstock Open champion before moving on into the mini class. Ran that alcohol-powered international for a bunch of years. All right, here we go. Yeah. And pretty much the same situation right there. Got after it, and just like that, we saw the fuel. So a tough break there for Kevin Campbell, as that will conclude officially our mini class here tonight.
We will have our top 5 run down here in just a second. 42-foot change, 42-foot and change right there. All right.
So probably a situation there where, you know, things sound good, but you put the load on it. We see Marcus Weddleson out there. He'll be down the track here in a little bit in the light Superstock class. So we'll officially get the distance here at 42.90. 42.90 for Kevin Campbell here tonight in our mini class. So that will conclude it here, as Jeff Hurt will take the victory here in Wellington, Ohio. The Little Bear, as Jeff will pick up career win number 4 on the Grand National circuit. And boy, what a year it has been for Jeff. 3 victories on the Grand National circuit, as well, this is when he needed it. He'll take over that Grand National points lead unofficially. We'll get the points sorted out here and let you know. As we see Mike Summers in the number 2 spot. Great run for the Crazy Horse here tonight, as well as Dr. Dirt, Bryce Cullen. Dusty Price will finish up in that number 4 spot with his new tractor, the Bacon Bits. Funny little Farmall, and Ken Veeney will finish up number 5. And we'll go back to the bottom side of our top 10 here. The Be-Bear, Iron Toy, Footloose, Short Fused, and Carbon Copy of Sam Mercury going to be our final top 10 here tonight, as we'll take a look at the 11th through 15th. Pretty Wicked. We see the Wicked team in there. Beast of Burden, Slingshot, Troy Arndt, will finish up in that number 15 spot. So, yeah, the points are really going to shuffle here after this event here, as we've got one more left to go before the Enderley, and that will be next Friday night in Wasion, Ohio, the Fulton County Fairgrounds, as we see the Frisbees being thrown out to all the great fans here tonight. Yeah, looks like the Hurt boys are out there. Their dad just took the big Grand National win, and the boys are out there ready to go with the. So great class here tonight, as we'll get the sleds changed out here tonight. And we'll get a word here with our big winner here tonight, Jeff Hurt. They'll go down trackside and look for Jeff. Of course, have a word with him as we'll get ready here for the Unlimited Modifieds. We'll be up next here in our competition here at the Lorain County Fairgrounds. Now this will be the final event for the Unlimiteds before the Enderley. So like the other classes do have another hook or two, the Unlimiteds, this will be it. This will be it for them here tonight. So Unlimited Modified Light Supers, and then we'll go with the Pro Stocks here tonight will be our final class. All right, so throwing the Frisbees out here at the Wellington event. And we'll see if we can get a word here with Jeff Hurt, our winner here tonight. Mini competition as we take a look here at our Unlimited lineup. By the luck of the draw, we're going to have Wayne Purser going to be our test bowler here tonight. Adam Bauer will follow in the number 2 spot. Nathan Fry, new competitor, rookie competitor on the Grand National Circuit this summer. He'll be up number 3. We'll have Kevin Criswell, and then Doug Theobald will be our top 5 here. Our first 5 competitors as we'll bring out the Case IH Ironman sled, Vaughn Bauer, Peyton, Iowa. And we just saw the new Iron Boy sled. Now that was the 39th sled that Vaughn and crew have built in their pulling careers. The 39th sled, that Iron Boy. Now this one goes back a couple years. The Case IH Red Ironman sled. So that will be the sled we'll be using for the Unlimited class here tonight. As you can see, the Unlimited competitors out there looking things over on the starting line. As we've got Frisbees flying here in Wellington.
Our Unlimited class has 11 competitors.
So we did have one scratch here on our Unlimited class, is Brad Benedict with the nonsense entry, going to be a scratch unfortunately here tonight. So the Benedict Criswell team normally comes to the track with 3 entries, and unfortunately they're one shy here tonight. So the nonsense will be a scratch here in the Unlimited class. So we're down to 11 here tonight. So this will be hook number 11 out of the 12 for 2025 here for the Unlimited class. They've had 2 rainouts. Of course, both of those happened in Fort Recovery, Ohio. Now here in Wellington, we've had Joe Ader has picked up 2 victories here in Wellington, as well as Wayne Purser has had 2 wins. Adam Bauer also has had 2 wins. Ricky Rose has had a single win, as well as Dave Richardson. So we have seen a bunch of different winners here in Wellington over the years. As we take a look here at the Grand National points, 6 points separate first and second right now, as Joe Ader with the E-Max took over that number 1 spot with his sweep last week in Bowling Green, Ohio. And we've got David Richardson sitting in that number 2 spot, just 6 points back with the foursome entry out of Kentucky. So it looks like Wayne Purser out of Norman, Oklahoma, going to get us started with the Unlimited class. Of course, 8,000-pound Unlimited class. And run what you brung. You can get in 5-6 engines in that 8,000 pounds. Go ahead and run them. But lately we've seen a couple 5-engine tractors. I think we got 3 of them here tonight, 5-engine machines. Nobody's gone ahead and tried to get that 6 in that weight bracket. So great field of the Unlimiteds here tonight. And good to see Wayne Purser back out on the circuit with us. Came back last weekend and Bowling Green got in the winner's circle with his Uncle Sam tractor. So a bunch of different combinations you'll see in action here tonight as the Unlimiteds make their way to the track. Of course, we'll take a look at the weight transfer machine and see how much weight we've got in it here tonight. Now that sled sitting on the start line there, the Case IH sled, empty as it goes down the highway. We'll weigh in at 34,000 pounds, and then of course they'll add those 2,000-pound weights to the box and to the pan as well. So we'll see where we're at here. We'll take a look at the grandstand area here at the Lorain County Fairgrounds. So Wayne Purser, Norman, Oklahoma, brings out Uncle Sam here in Unlimited competition. Now 2006 he was the NTPA modified champion with running with 4 engines. Still looking for that first elusive championship here in the Unlimited class. Wayne's so busy with the trailer business, you usually don't see him make a full assault on the points. Just not able to get out here when he needs to be. So transverse mounted engines sitting sideways on this tractor. Of course, that's a Tim Engler design out of Princeton, Indiana. You see the Tim Engler chrome ollie tube frame on there, as well as the engine sitting sideways. Of course, Tim designed that crossbox many, many years ago. We're upwards of 35, 40 years ago now. So we're going to be our test puller here on limited class. Wayne Purser, looking at about 14, 15,000 horsepower. So Wayne will have that option. Going to spot the sled right down the center. Here we go. Unlimited action, Wellington, Ohio. The Friday night spectacular. We got a burst panel on that left rear engine as he made his way down the track here. Of course, we'll take a look here at our replay, but yeah, I think we did get a burst panel. Of course, that's a pressure relief there. Of course, years ago, you would just pop that supercharger off. Right there. So 331 and 97 for Wayne Purser. 331 and 97. Yeah, looks like got that front end up just a little bit right there. And you can see everything kind of rocking and rattling right there. All right, so as our test puller, 331 and 97 for Wayne Purser, Norman, Oklahoma. And we'll have a... All right, so they tell us he is going to come on back. So he is going to turn that run down. All right. So we'll send it down trackside with Wayne.
Down here with Wayne Purser. Wayne, I know you had high hopes there. Tell me what happened, or are you going to go back around?
No, I'm done. I popped the motor. I put that new fuel pump on and missed the fuel. I was a little bit too lean, so it popped it, so I'm done.
Stuck around since Bowling Green, and I know you had to work on that fuel pump today. You love pulling in front of these Ohio fans, too, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Some of the best dirt in the country on this track. It loads the wagon. It's good dirt.
You came a long way from Norman, Oklahoma. Thank you, Wayne.
Yeah, but with all those wins, Denver, he's still holding fifth in the Grand National point, and with that track.
All right, so Wayne Purser, so they tell us, might not be coming back here. So we will wait and see officially here. But 331.97 was the distance. So I have a feeling Wayne not going to be able to come on back. Yeah, so 331.97, what he told Krista Kelly down there. So 331.97. So So will be the mark to beat here on our limited class as Adam Bauer will be up next here with the cross-threaded 3-time unlimited Grand National champion. Another 5-engine tractor, tied for that number 4 spot. Now, we talked about this in our Countdown to Pool Time show. We've got 3 tractors tied for that number 4 spot. Say that fast 3 times. But Doug Theobald, Adam Bauer, and Billy Beers all tied at that number 4 spot. And, of course, only 5 get into the Enderley. And this is their last night to do it. So get your toes, get your calculators ready. Here tonight we're going to do some sorting. As our second 5-engine tractor fires up here, Adam Bauer out of Peyton, Iowa. We saw him earlier in the mini class. A little short on crew here this weekend, so the only a couple guys able to come out with him. So 1 win on the summer, that in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, the Super Pole de South. This 3-time Grand National Unlimited champion. Now, when we talked about the mini class and you talk about, the modified class, he used to run in the light unlimited class. He's got a total of 12 Grand National championships over the years. It's incredible at what Adam has been able to do over the years. Matter of fact, back in 2013, won 3 championships in 1 year. Well, we haven't seen that since Tim Engler did it back in the 80s. Just incredible what Adam has done over the years. So right now he's got to set his sights on 331 and 97. That is the mark to beat here. Unlimited class. Here comes cross-threaded Adam Bauer.
11 tractors in the class. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for right there. Adam Bauer right on our doorstep here, down at the end of the track. What a great run. And he is way out past that 350-foot mark here tonight. And we'll see here at the end of his run. I think he actually got out of it. Boy, look at the weight transfer on that tractor. Perfect as he makes his way down the track. And as he goes by that camera spot right there, 366.99. But take a look here at the end of the run. Yeah, he didn't even spin it out. He got out of it right there, 366.99. What a great run for the defending champion here in Wellington. He got it done last year. We told you, a 2-time winner here. As it's still raining dirt down here at the end of the track. Wow. The Unlimited's putting on a show, as they always do. The Monsters of the Midway here in Wellington, Ohio. 15,000 horsepower, and we take a look at Adam, and he'll get off this tractor and he'll be cool as a cucumber. He always is. After a great run there, 366.99. So we'll set the new mark to beat here in our Unlimited class at 366.99. Wayne Purser sits number 2 at 331.97. So Adam going to head back towards the start line area as Nathan Fry will be our next competitor up here out of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The totally fried entry, the rookie here in the Grand National competition here, the Unlimited class. Take a look at that Case IH Ironman sled. Vaughn Bauer doing the operating here tonight of the Ironman sled. You can talk about, we talked earlier about the weights on the pan there, and you can see a couple of them sitting back in their holsters there at the back of the pan. course, these new style sleds here for Vaughn Bauer. This one and the National Tractor Pulling Championship sled, the purple sled that we see from time to time. The actual pans are about a foot longer on them. And that has really changed the game here for a lot of these pullers trying to get used to them. As here we go. The Totally Fried entry. A guy that ran Super Farms. He ran super modified four-wheel drive trucks and was able to purchase this tractor here. The Unlimited. He calls it Totally Fried. It's the tractor that Ken Vinny had previous, as well as Chuck Knapp, to many national titles. A few fans were with us at the Rockwell event. You heard from Chuck Knapp. Chuck was able to join me here on the live stream from Rockwell, Iowa on Saturday night. It was good to hear from Chuck. And Di was with him as well. Screamin' D. So here we go. Nathan Fry backing up. Now, last weekend in Bowling Green, we saw him run the Unlimited class and ran the Modified class as well. Pulled off one of those big Hemis, ran in the Modified class. Just trying to get that all-important time in the seat. That's what it's all about. Of course, coming from Super Farm tractors and running these super modified four-wheel drives, a totally different ball game out there. So Upper Sandusky, Ohio, just north of the Columbus area. Not too awful far from home here in Wellington. All right, here we go. Totally Fried. And Nathan Fry. Oh, man, tough break there for Nathan Fry. That right rear engine laid down on him. And in this competition, got to have all four of them going. So tough luck there for Nathan Fry. We'll see here on the replay. At the hit of the throttle. So 238.04 will be the distance here. 238.04 for Nathan Fry here tonight. So fans, we have the updated NTPA Grand National points here for the mini rod class, or the mini modified class, and we have a shakeup here. Of course, our winner here tonight, the Little Bear and Jeff Hurt, going to take over that number one spot in Grand National points by 3. So the Little Bear by 3 over Footloose. And Adam Kester, third spot currently belongs to Lindsey Campbell. And then we'll have Adam Bauer in that number 4 spot. So there we are once again here at the end of the track here, but those are our Grand National points. So we got 3 separating first and second. Then we'll go back to Lindsey Campbell, 3 points back from there. And then Adam Bauer just 1 point behind Lindsey Campbell. So next weekend in Wauseon, Ohio, the Fulton County Fairgrounds, it's going to get wild. We thought it was going to get wild here tonight. We saw that. But 1 to go for the minis here in 2025. As they all try to work their way into the Enderley with 1 hook left to go. So right in the middle here, smack dab in the middle of our Unlimited class here tonight is right now Adam Bauer, our leader, at 366.99. Kevin Criswell should be up next here with the Blown Scentless entry. Of course, Kevin did have a Grand National win this summer. It's been a while, but he got the win in Rockwell, Iowa. 2019 was the last time he picked up a Grand National win, so that was good to see. Currently sits number 9 here in Grand National points here with the Blown Scentless. Now these are the 4 screw blowers. You see the Superchargers up on top, more of a square style. That's how you can tell run those screw chargers. So we talked earlier, the Benedict Criswell team only has 2 of their entries here tonight, don't have the third, as Nonsense will be a scratch here tonight. So Kevin Criswell going to work that right side here on limited modified class, 8,000 pounds. Looking right in that range, about 14 to 15,000 horsepower. Wellington, Ohio. Right now chasing Adam Bauer, our leader, at 366.99. His one final check gives those belts a nice snug, and he'll lower the boom. Oh, Kevin, he got off to that right side. Of course, Criswell Benedict Farms, big farming operation. They run there just north of Columbus, Marion, Ohio. Farm around 9,000 acres up there. But here tonight, unfortunately, a rough ride. And we'll see here on the replay. Okay, right there we saw a blower belt on the back engine. But just like there, things started to go to the right. And he says, yeah, we better get out of it here. This is going to get ugly. So 256 and 95 for Kevin Criswell. 256 and 95 will be the distance here. So we'll go back here on the replay and just, you'll see the smoke out of the pipes right there, the fuel out of the pipes, and that's when he threw the belt. There goes the belt and the shield out on the track. Of course, that's another safety item. They'll run the shields around these supercharger belts. So a rough ride there for Kevin Criswell as Doug Theobald will be up next here with the full-blown Wicked. Mark Cole, the Gambler Tractor, and then Ricky Rose, Glencoe, Minnesota with the Giddy Up. Our next 3 here in the unlimited class. Now Light Super's going to be up next at the conclusion here of the unlimited class. We'll move on into the lightweight super stocks. Here it looks like we've got one of our trackside guys taking a little nap there. As we go back in the staging lanes here, as we see everybody getting ready to go down there. See some of our light super stock competitors are down there watching things. And got Grant Theobald going to fire up Dad here. Get Dad ready to go. Full-blown Wicked. Now this is the tractor. One of the tractors that's in the tie for that number 4 spot. You saw Adam Bauer. He was in that number 4 spot tie as well. And he's currently leading the class at 366 and 99. 366 and 99. As we've got Mr. Excitement going to join us here. And, Jeff, congratulations. Jeff Hurt, our winner here tonight, picks up Grand National win number 3 here tonight. Jeff, tell us about that track here tonight.
It's a really good track. I didn't know what to think of it there being first hook and that. I mean, that's one thing I said I really love about having to enter early now and that, because first hook was always intimidating to me. It was always just the emotions get juggled and this and that. It gives me time to calm down, think about it, come in here with a positive unlock and plan for an approach. And it's the last few times it's worked.
Now we just took a look. We got sent the Grand National points here. You're in the lead by 3 going into next weekend. Now things are going to get wild there in Wauseon. Now how have you run? You run a whole bunch in Wauseon or not really?
Yeah, we've run Wauseon a couple times with the minis and that. My wife drove her first time there and that. And, it can be a tricky track, but I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting coming down to it here. Of course, got to get into that Enderley to claim that championship as we take a look here at Doug Theobald up next here out of Shelbyville, Indiana, the full-blown Wicked. And one of 3 guys tied for that number 4 spot trying to make their way into the Enderley. Doug needs a good run here tonight.
He does, and he worked his butt off, tore some stuff up at Bowling Green. They thrashed on it all. I just hope it works out for him.
Yeah, we talked to him earlier on our countdown show and says sleep was not an option this week.
Yeah, he says it was rough.
And that's a Doug Theobald run right there that we've been used to here early on this summer. A great job there for Doug. We saw a little smoke out the back engine there at the end of his run, but a great job here. Now 366.99 the mark to beat here. Adam Bauer, our leader. And I think this is going to be number 2 here. We'll take
that was
a look.
Really nice pass.
Yeah, we saw that front end come up and lift. And, of course, with these big unlimited, it's got to keep both those rear tires planted. And we saw smoke there. Yeah, 349.05, so good run.
It was breathing hard, but it's hot by that point in the run.
Now, Jeff, I got to ask you, did you automatically head to the website and check the points, or you just
No, it was text to me.
Okay.
A friend in Tennessee.
Ah, okay. So there you go, everybody following along. That's the great part. You know, everybody can follow along and see what's going on. And
it's the support from guys like that. You know, he texted me before we ran, and that Ethan Foster, he helped us at Bowling Green. He helps us anytime he can, and that. And he's like, just keep your head down and do what you know. And just some of them tidbits kind of helps keep your head in the game.
Yeah, got to be nerve-wracking.
Points pulling's tough.
Yeah, I was going to say, and coming down to the last hook next week, and now you got to wait another week to go at it again, and then you got 2 weeks, till the Enderley. So, we've still got another 3-4 weeks here before we claim this thing. So.
Yeah, it's just you can't make drastic moves. You have to just do with what got you in the position to have a chance at fighting for it. And hope the numbers work for you in that, which they have for me. I mean, we've been very blessed with the numbers up to this point here.
All right, so it looks like we're going to have a word here with Doug Theobald down trackside, and we'll talk about his run.
Down here with Doug Theobald, and I think the only person who maybe was going faster was Renee to get down there in position to get that video. So we talked to you earlier today. You talked about how important it is to have a good run here and to claim that invite into Enderley. First, tell me about the run and what you felt.
It didn't leave as good as I'd hoped to start with, but then as soon as I thought that, then it took off. So I don't know what else we would have done on that. I mean, that's as good as we could lay down at this point. We could go back and overthink 100 things, but I'm not disappointed with that run at all.
Especially a couple of the guys who went out before you had problems. What does that do to a tractor puller waiting for your turn to go?
Oh, you try not to overthink that. You're trying to focus on your own deal and run your own program. And, I mean, obviously you notice it, but you try to just focus on getting your own stuff down the track.
All right, so going back to, what was it, 1981, when you were supposed to get that disc and didn't get it and instead got a pulling tractor? So let's think back to that little boy. What would he be saying about this run today?
Just blessed beyond belief to be able to do this, for sure.
Thank you, Doug. Whole family's here. Renee, his kids, Grant, Mason. We can see the emotion. It is a family business. It is also an emotional business. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Krista. And I love what you guys do. You're doing a great job. You're wonderful for the sport, and we really appreciate it.
We hope that people at home watching on Full Pull Live can feel that emotion. We know it takes so much blood, sweat, and tears. Thank you, Doug, for taking the time, and good luck as we watch this unfold. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go back to the start line, and Doug full of emotion here tonight after that run, and he's happy with it as we've got Mark Cole backing in here out of Pavilion, New York, in western New York here, just southeast of the Buffalo area with the Gambler tractor. Now, Jeff, here's a tractor that he's looking for that run. I mean, he's had some good runs, but he's had some bad luck to go along with it.
Absolutely, and it's capable of it. I mean, Mark's a good puller, and I mean, it's a very unique combination, and when it works, it works.
So we'll see if he can get it locked in. Going to move that sled over a little bit more towards the center here. We saw the last couple competitors working a little bit left of center.
What a pass.
And he got her here tonight. Wow. What a run. A little bit of a flame up there at the end of the run, but yeah, down the sideline and then brought it back around. Now, Jeff, you're what, about 45 minutes from here?
Yeah.
Not too far,
yeah,
right? This
absolutely.
is one of the closer pulls. You bring a whole group from Port Clinton down with you?
There's a couple people come from there. One of the guys that helps on the farm, my dad, and some of the family and that. But we had David and Billy drop their stuff off after Bowling Green, and had a couple cameo pizzas up there last night, and a couple Mick Ultras.
So 3:48 and change here. Good run. 3:48 and 96 will be the distance. 3:48.
For as crossed up as he was, I mean, to come back like that, I mean, that was a nice pass.
Now,
making
Jeff,
power.
At that point there, when you're on the break, you just kind of let it off and just let it sail back, or
it's all about feel, in my opinion. Sometimes when you get on a break, it picks up speed. Sometimes it slows down. I mean, I made a pass one time in Quebec, Dennis Johnson's tractor, and it was headed left. I started pushing the right brake. The harder I pushed the brake, the faster it went. So all I did is just keep pushing the brake, and it just picked up speed and went out onto the concrete.
So 3:48.96 for the gambler. Mark Cole will put him in that number 3 spot. Once again, everybody chasing the cross-threaded Adam Bauer, as Ricky Rose will be up next here, Glencoe, Minnesota, with the Giddy Up. He'll be followed by Billy Beers, War Wagon, and then Dave Richardson's Foursome. Our next 3 here in Unlimited competition. A great class here is, well, this will be it for the Unlimiteds. They'll finish out their points season here tonight and then move on into the Enderly. So you got to be in that top 5 to get on to the Enderly. You see some of the folks down there in the staging lanes. So Ricky Rose, Glencoe, Minnesota, will be up next.
Ricky can always put a pass down. You just never count him out.
Yeah, and Ricky was actually thinking of not coming down here and decided at the last minute. Now he's 2 points out of that number 5 spot in points, so really could make, with a good run here tonight, really could make up some ground.
You can't give up.
Yeah, that's, we have seen that all summer, you know.
Yeah, when you gave up, you've lost.
And looks like we've got something going on back there.
Oh, shirt got wrapped in a starter. I hate when that happens. The engagement wheel will grab your crew shirt occasionally. We got a crew shirt. My brother-in-law had a similar situation with still got a burn mark in it. It didn't rip it off him, though.
Yeah, wow. Got to watch that. Got to watch that. Well, good thing it's a nice night here in Wellington,
it's
right?
beautiful out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as hot as it was last Saturday night in Bowling Green. A beautiful night for pulling.
We've got motors running.
We got them running.
What kind of engines are prescribed for the modified regional nationals?
Just missing a shirt, no big deal.
Yeah, the only guy we've seen like that is Donald.
I was gonna make that comment. Donald, he's representing you.
Yes.
That's you're still in Kentucky.
Yeah, Donald's not on hand this weekend. He's resting comfortably back in Kentucky here this weekend.
Getting that back healed up.
Something about sleeping wrong or something. Yeah.
I think he tripped.
All right, so here comes Ricky Rose. Make his way to the starting line here. A little bit of dew on the tires. We're actually not too far south here of Lake Erie. We're about 30 miles or so? Or not?
I'm not sure it's that far south from right here. I mean, maybe 10, 15 mile if I had to guess to go north.
Because we're just east of Norwalk. And I know Norwalk was only, 10 miles or so from the lake. So we're closer than we think we are. Okay.
Yeah, it's just beautiful area.
Yeah, great fair here, the Lorain County Fair. Now, Jeff, you've been pulling down here for quite a few years?
We have. We used to pull here with OSTPA back in years and years ago. Doro, Fred Pitts, I mean, they always did a great job here and that. I believe back in the day it was $1 to get in here or something dumb like that.
All right.
And they would always pack the place.
All right, so Ricky Rose will Will set his sights on that 366.99, current lead distance here on limited class. Now, Jeff, starting line start to tear up here. You see that the track like this?
It's holding up as good as I've ever seen here for the Unlimited. Oh. Man, it threw that right tire out of the track as soon as he come with the throttle, though, and tried to catch it, then it overhooked.
Yeah, tough break there for Ricky Rose. Now, Jeff, we saw that a couple times in the mini class, where they get one of those tires out and it kind of freewheels and sends you off in a different direction. But when you got about 15,000 horsepower.
And you gotta, it's really, it's a feeling thing. And I mean, it's hard to stay ahead of it, but I mean, you gotta feel it. You gotta try to catch it. It doesn't always work. And he may have been hopped up to where the tune-up, I mean, it outruns the ability to catch it.
So 234 and 98 the distance here, 234.98. So we'll take a look here at the hop.
Maybe that's what they did. Hopefully he didn't drive all that way just for that. But give him a tough luck round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a tough
Yeah, boy, when you slow it down like that, it really...
And I can tell you, from being in the seat and then watching him on video, it hurt way worse in the seat than what it looks like here.
What do you think? Jeff got a spark plug or?
I'm not sure whether it was a valve. It might have been a valve coming out of a pipe.
Yeah, right at that point there.
We had glowy spots. Never good.
Yeah, tough run there for Ricky Rose. 234.98 will put him number 7. As Billy Beers will be up next here with the War Wagon out of Eastern New York. Dave Richardson will follow with Foursome, and then Brad Benedict, Making Sense. And it looks like Joe Ader going to be our final competitor here in the class by the luck of the draw. And yeah, take a look at how hard it comes down on that front end.
And I'm telling you, like I say, in the seat, it's worse in a mini because it's so short and that. There's not much room for it to react in that. But even the big tractor, when it looks that bad on camera, it feels 10 times worse in the seat. And Ricky, coming off of surgery, you could see it beating him around there, his head hitting the cage and that. After coming off heart surgery and all that, it's not a good situation.
Yeah, don't like to see that for sure. So our third tractor in our 4-way tie for the number 4 spot, Billy Beers out of Queens Hollow, New York, will be up next with the War Wagon. And Billy having a nice run in Bowling Green last week. Kind of brought him back into position here. Now, early on in the season, actually led the points for a little bit, then had some bad luck as the season kind of rolled on. Now, he does have the capability to turn off that top engine. If he did so last week, he said coming down the track and turned off that 5th engine as he made its way down the track. So we see here tonight what he's going to do. Of course, picked up his first ever Grand National win earlier this year, Tomah, Wisconsin.
Really?
He's had a couple Enderley wins.
Never would have believed that. I mean, Billy's a very, very good puller. And
you think back to the Stampede tractor, and I thought for sure he won.
I said absolutely. Yep. That's why I was just floored with that comment.
Yep.
I mean,
but then you look at the domination of Bill Voorhees back then. That's what it was, and Bill had won everything but the kitchen sink back then, and actually I think he did win the kitchen sink too. I mean, he
got a couple of them, I believe.
Yeah, so he got her done, but. Billy Beers here, Queens Hollow, New York. Of course, Wayne Keith, crew chief, you see on the side there. Wayne himself, a runner back in the golden years of pulling, the old Sudden Thunder. So let's see what they can put together here tonight on limited class. Hook number 8 out of our 11. The War Wagon out of Eastern New York. Man, oh
That was awesome. There's a happy man from New York.
Wow, what a run, Billy Beers. You talk about picking him up and laying him down. That guy right there, he got hooked up. And Jeff, that was that whole shot, really.
He drove it just perfect. You can watch the patience with the blades. I mean, he waited for it, and when he called on it, it just hauled ass.
Yeah, boy, this tractor getting hot right at the right time at the end of the season.
Look at that.
Now, right there, yeah, it hooked up.
Still there and opened up. Still not open.
And he was hauling the mail. This is going to be a good one here. Now, 366.99. The mark he had to be 389.
I was going to say 20 foot, but he was beyond that.
Wow.
Look at the back tires. I mean, they was both set. I mean, what a pass.
Wow. Great job there for Billy Beers. He's going to take over that number one spot. But we've still got a couple.
I believe, but that secured an Enderley spot, didn't it?
Yes,
I believe that did because of the three
that
were tied.
Well, as Billy Beers takes
them
off,
all.
Yes, he went ahead of those.
He secured a spot.
So Adam in the number 2 spot, and then Doug would be number 3 in that position there.
Billy be 4th, and then the rest of the others fight for the 5th.
Yep. So that actually, and we'll see what the others do here.
It's getting dicey. Hard to tell what's coming out of his mouth.
Only ran 4 motors. We didn't even start the 5th one. Nah, I'm just kidding again. We got all 5 on them. We had all, that's all. Bunch, we cut some horsepower out of it, fattened it up a little bit, and it worked. He was right. I always argue with him about power. I always tell him I need more, but he says, I'm taking power away from you, and he did, and it worked. But it's not over yet. We got some good hot shit back there right now. Yep.
You're talking about your crew chief, Wayne, right? Is that who
Wayne Chief, yeah, he's the man.
All right, you live 534 miles from here in Wellington, Ohio, from Coymans, New York. Why do you do the distance? I know that you headquarter in Fort Wayne a little bit and split the distance from there. Why do you keep doing what you're doing? Is it because of nights like that?
People, we have bad nights, but the people at home, we got fan club at home. Wayne's been with me for 137 years or something. Now, it's just a good bunch. It's a great thing. And you people, you're all great. Everybody here is awesome.
All right, well, we know that we want to see you in Enderley, and then we hope that you secured a spot tonight. That run may have done it. And then we know you've got another big event, your daughter Brittany's wedding the week after.
Yeah, Brittany's wedding. The 20th September. You're going to be there.
I was invited today.
Good seeing you guys. Thank you. Let's see how this holds up. It ain't over.
Congratulations, Billy. We know Brittany's watching from home, and we know all these fans were on their seat here in Wellington.
Thank you.
Never a dull moment. I thought
Billy.
Mr. Excitement Jeff Hurt. Nobody can top Jeff Hurt. But Billy Beers, when he gets down there, and we're not done, Jeff. I mean,
absolutely, it's not over.
Yeah,
that was an awesome pass, but there's some really good tractors left, and here is one of them.
Yeah, the final 3 tractors in this class definitely capable here is Dave Richardson, the foursome out of Litchfield, Kentucky. Now he sits number 2 in Grand National points. Number 3 will be up next, and then number 1 in Grand National points. So we got the top 3 coming
and they're all drivers, and it's definitely Billy just did an awesome job driving that. The combination worked, and I mean the driving and the timing of when he came with the throttle. It's that's a hard combination to beat, but it's possible.
All right, so Dave's had a couple wins here this summer. Saw him win in Toma as well as Rockwell, Iowa. Now, Jeff, we've got that lead distance marker out here. You think we're going to be moving it out a little bit further?
That's too early to call. When he gets here, we'll figure that out.
Here we go. Yeah, we'll see it here in just a minute.
Wow. Disappointing run for David is the way that thing works.
Now, it kind of looked like he got off to that right side a little bit here. We'll check for sure on the replay.
It just never had any early track speed. Billy waited on it, and it really hooked. And I mean, David's combination runs a lot of RPMs, and that it requires that giddy up and go early.
So 333 and 97 for Dave Richardson. So the whole shot, Jeff. That's,
that's
where it's at.
100%.
And depending where that puts him in the placing, he's probably still going to leave in second place as he still has a 5-point cushion over third.
Now, Jeff, looking out at the track, we're bringing up quite a bit of dirt.
Piles.
Yeah,
and that's part of David's demise. It piled so much dirt. It's hard to take that with you and get anywhere. When you got to carry that with you, I mean, it just, and that's part of a good hole shot. It puts it under the pan and doesn't pile dirt. It's the tires are matched closer to the track, and it's moving on rather than piling dirt. David was turning the tires super hard, piling dirt. Then you got to carry it with you, and it's just hard to overcome.
So we'll see here. We get a word with Dave Richardson down track side. And we'll let him get his helmet off here, and we'll have a quick word with Dave.
With David Richardson. Okay, the whole shot. What would you have done different? That may have determined the distance there.
The tractor pulled hard right. I had to stand on the brake most of the way down the track to the left. So, I don't know. We just got in a bad hole and went the wrong way. Part of it.
Explain to people, too, when you say you had to hold on the brake, how much it takes to save one of these tractors, the pressure?
Oh, it's just to turn one of these, it's all you can push. It's hard. You do good to even turn it.
Congratulations. Great save. I know it maybe wasn't the run you wanted, but great save coming out of that gate.
Well, thank you. It was fine.
Thanks, David.
All right, so Brad Benedict up next here, Marion, Ohio. And a guy that led the points earlier this year as well, the Making Sense entry. Brand new chassis 1 year ago for these guys as they brought it out, ran in the modified class, and then decided over the winter that running 3 different directions wasn't the way to go. So they made this one here into a unlimited class. And
another tractor very capable. I mean, a name that's kind of contradicts tractor pulling, but other than the way it's spelled.
Yes. So Brad Benedict here out of Marion, Ohio.
Great guys, good pullers. And their package can, any given night, it's there. That's the cool part about this class. There's so many different combinations, and they can all work.
Oh,
it's just
absolutely.
Timing. It's timing. It's track position, how you drive it, how you set it up, and I mean, and that's what makes it awesome.
So it looks like Brad's going to move that sled over here a little bit closer over to this left side. I'd say probably the furthest over we've seen anybody go here in the unlimited class. They've kind of been working the middle part of the track, a little bit right of center, but Brad's going to, look for some new dirt down there on the start line.
Yeah, I like the thumbs up. Get him, Brad.
So knows what he's got to do. Now, they put this tractor together actually to run their local county fair, and, well, that didn't happen. Right?
That's a tough problem to have.
So Brad Benedict kind of got off to the right side a little bit here as he went down. We'll see here on the replay.
Left tire was coming out of the track a little bit there, but piling a lot of dirt. Maybe it's over. Maybe there's not enough left. I mean,
just a situation just did not want to settle in.
And it's too early to tell, but I mean, just watching that and seeing how mealy the track's getting in at, I mean, it's piling a lot of dirt. Joe's cagey in these situations.
3:20.04 for Brad Benedict. Put him down in the field a little bit there as we take a look at Joe Ader.
And Joe's sweating bullets right now, I'll promise. I mean, it just knowing, watching the track. When you're standing back there, you really feel it's going away. When you're on that side of the stick, I mean, it just, and it can cause you to make bad decisions because you overcompensate. But Joe's done this a long time. Joe, he knows don't vary from what you know.
Right.
And Joe and I have these talks a lot. It just stop, do what you know. And I mean, over the years we've had them talks on the way to and from, and that, hey, just go there and do what you know.
Know what you do. You're right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And you know why you got there. Don't forget that.
And, last week we saw, finally got that combination, changed things up, went back to what he knows.
We had a talk the week before that. I mean, he says,
well,
what do you think
after Rockwell, Iowa, I think he said that.
Well, we both had that situation at Rockwell. And we had
like,
some time on the phone and that. And he's like, what do you think of hearing this and that? And I'm like, so you know what got you where you was at? And he said, well, I changed it. And it's do what you know.
Yep. And we saw that last weekend.
And it's not even the fact that the tractor is working better. When you go back to that, it's the fact that you're comfortable and you do what you need to do. It's a mental thing.
Right, I was going to say, yeah.
It's 100% for me. I don't know about Joe. 100% for me. I can screw myself up so bad by a little change.
And just overthinking it.
And absolutely overthink it, and overdrive it, and. I can't speak for any of the rest of them now, but I can beat myself way easier than I can be beat.
Well, you can't do that next week, Jeff. You gotta settle down next week and no overthinking, right? Got to go in.
And that's what I love. I love you guys for the early numbers, Ned. Had I got that number here today, if I came here and drew that number, it'd have been hard on me.
Okay. So you got a week to think about it.
It gives me some time to think about it, process it, calm down, and say, hey, this is a good thing. We know we can back a pass out. We can shut it off. That's what wife told me before I went out on the track. She says, you can turn it down.
Yep. Yeah, always have
and
that.
I'm not very good at that. I don't think that I can.
So here we go. Joe Ader making his way out on the track here. A two-time winner here in Wellington. Saw him last weekend sweep the class, win the ring. Brought Skag Power Equipment on board, sponsorship there last week in Bowling Green.
Skag's good company, and it's awesome to work with.
So it looks like we're kind of back towards the middle part of the track here. We saw Benedict a little bit left of center here. Joe's more or less back down the center.
Joe and I have a lot of the same mindset on where we run and how we do it. We work together and this and that. He's like, hey, there's still a pass over there. I'm like, you knew what I was thinking.
All right, so a couple New Yorkers going to battle it out here. Western New York, Eastern New York. Who's going to come away with the championship here tonight? It's Joe Ader, the EMAX sponsored Unlimited out of North College, New York. Well, Jeff, you almost parked it in our lap here, down at the end of the track.
Front right, lost the belt. No big deal.
Wow.
I'd say that's second.
Yeah, I was going to say that 366 is number 2 here, and I think he's got...
That's second.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
He's halfway between them numbers. It's just maybe on the short side of halfway, but that's second.
All right, so we'll get the...
There's not a bite. There's no... Chase, there's no chalk there. It was past the chalk.
Oh, there's not, is it?
350 was the end of it. I don't disagree, but he was...
So 376.04 the distance here. So we'll take a look here at the replay here. So whole shot here for Joe, and
nice pass when he ran.
Now, a situation like that, is he driving it towards that line, or is it just kind of you let it?
It's trying to one wheel a little bit, and he's trying to hold on. He's trying not to upset it, but he did stay in.
Yeah, just
the chalk ended. The chalk ended, thankfully, or he'd have been out. Chalk goes to 350. After that, you can drive over the announcer.
You drive over. Well, he almost did.
He tried. Good thing the
we
ball
had him in
come
our
up.
lap. Now, we've had that happen this summer. You saw it, Farley, right, when that truck came at us?
When the hits
yeah,
come
broke
out,
loose.
I did see that.
Yes.
I'm glad I wasn't with you.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. We appreciate
Well,
that. You know.
I didn't say I didn't love
So
you.
here we take a look here.
Yep, he was past the 350.
Yep. So there goes past 350, and like you said, Jeff, the line just stops right at that point.
Imaginary
at 350.
line
That's what they line. And you can feel the power right there. 376.04, number 2 spot here. What a great unlimited class here tonight.
It was
Wow,
impressive.
they put on a show once again. As Billy Beers will pick
Good
up
for Billy.
career win number 2 on the Grand National Circuit, and he's starting to pile them up here.
I like that. I still am absolutely floored. As good a puller as he is, and that I guarantee he's got a pile of seconds and thirds because.
Oh yeah.
He's too good to. What happened?
All right, we'll send it down trackside with Krista.
Oh, the strap said no way.
We love it when it comes down to the last run in the class. That was dramatic as we continue to watch Joe's run there, hitting the leader sign. Wayne Keefe, crew chief for Billy Beers, who had the lead. You were down here watching everything. Tell me about that emotion, knowing that it has to come down to that last run and that 9-time champion.
That's a hard part of tractor pulling when you're in the middle of the pack or you have an early number. And you stand down here with the lead and watch all these top guys come at you and try to get you. And it's nerve-wracking, believe me.
So at what point, too, you weren't sure because it was a good run. You weren't sure you had it. And then all of a sudden I saw your hands go in the air.
Yeah, I was pretty sure we had it until Joe Eder came up. He's 9 times national champion. And you saw how close it was, but we got him this week. He beat us last week, and we were second, so we traded places tonight.
And I know as we were talking earlier today, and when I talked with Billy after his run, he said, you and Billy have been together 137 years is what he said. I'm not quite sure it's that long.
Yeah, actually since 2005 we've been together, and we live or die by each other's decisions. I do the tune-up, the engine building. I do the clutch work. He's the owner. He's the driver. He does the setup. Whatever he does, I never question it. He never questions me. So we got a good, pretty good combination.
And what does a win mean? Here in Wellington, Ohio, Friday Night Spectacular, a win, and knowing that may have put you in to that Enderley invite.
A win tonight was very important for us. We were tied for 4th in points. So now I'm sure we're locked in to go to the finals at the in Urbana at the Enderley pull-off. So it meant so much, and just to win. You know how it is. You've seen the NASCAR drivers win. You can see how happy they are, and that's how we feel.
We saw the emotion from you, and we know how much it means to you and Billy. Congratulations, the War Wagon, the winner here in Wellington, Ohio, in a Friday Night Spectacular. Dan. Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck, Jay. Gotta come for some more.
Thank you. Little Joe, I want to talk to you. You want to talk? Yeah? I know you want to talk too. Let me tell you real quick. So tell me about watching that run. We interviewed you here, I think, last year when your dad won, right? So tell me about the excitement of that one and then watching this.
I don't really remember last year, but all I know is this year instead of just saying go go go, just jumping up and down chanting, this year I'm like hook and go because I knew Billy's really out there. Good job, Billy. Second place, it's good. I think we have a really good shot in the points, or we locked it in. So that's really good I'm really proud of you, whoever Dad is.
So when do you get in the seat? I heard you say you're proud of your dad. You did all the right things just now because you said you're proud of Billy. Good job, Billy. That's the sign of a great competitor. Are you looking on your watch to tell me when you get in the seat? Is it that soon?
No. 6 years, I think. Yeah, it's probably 6 or 7, depending on what it is, because it's just incredible. I love this.
See it. We love it too. Thank you. So we're going to be looking for him, not 7 years. We're going to bet on 6. We're going to say 6. Thank you. Good job. Dan?
It was one of those Battle of New Yorks here, and Eastern New York came out on top, but Billy Beers a great run there at 389, and you got down here on the left sideline, and how close you were to that that line. Of course, you're sitting in the seat. You saw that though, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, Bowling Green, I did the same thing both runs. I got my combination back. I feel so comfortable with that tractor right now, and it may not be a winner every time, but it'll definitely put a good fight up. And I can pretty much aim that thing or break it or do whatever I need to do to make it finish wherever I want it to go. And it's I couldn't ask for a better season. I mean, it was a up and down everywhere. How we finished on top like this is unbelievable. So.
Yeah, and of course we go into the Enderley here with the top 5, and pretty much got that clinched, right?
Yeah,
I mean, with having the 6 points going in. But we talked about the number 4 spot. They were tied, a 3-way tie for that number 4 spot.
Yep.
So Billy Beers and Adam Bauer will get those next 2 spots.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Doug Theobald on the outside there, but
but
what a I mean, if that doesn't get you pumped up for 2026,
that's
right. Some great unlimited pulling we saw this year, and Joe, it's a shame it's come to an end already.
I know,
we only got the Enderley left to go, and but be back at it again 2026. So
I'm just really thankful. We got good sponsors on board. I'm very appreciative of Skag jumping on board with us here, and it'll be curious to see what we're going to do down the road, but it should be something really nice for all the pullers and myself, and Emacs has been great, and and just think of 30 years of some Pico Oil. Just a great company. Just very proud of them guys, and the pulling itself, it's just been good. The fans, and this full pull deal here is great. I mean, all the people sitting at home, we really appreciate you. Rather have you sitting in the stands, but
if you're not here,
don't blame you.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Joe, thanks for spending a little bit of time with us. We'll let you get back here to the tractor, and great job tonight, number 2 spot, and another great unlimited class.
Yeah, thank you very much, and we'll see you all next year.
All right, so Joe Ader, we'll see him next at the Enderley. That'll be the next event coming up. So once again, Joe spending a little bit of time with us here at the conclusion here at our unlimited class. Great way to end the class. So, of course, the win, we'll get the leaderboard up here. We'll get our official top finish here for the unlimited class as we get ready for the lightweight super stocks. Will be up next here tonight. So as you can see, the War Wagon and Billy Beers will pick up his 2nd career Grand National win. Joe Ader will finish up number 2. Adam Bauer in that number 3 spot, Full Blown Wicked, and Doug Theobald in the number 4 spot, and then the Gambler. Great run for Mark Cole here tonight. And then on the bottom side of that top 10, the foursome, Dave Richardson, Wayne Purser with Uncle Sam, Making Sense, Blown Scentless, and then Totally Fried, Nathan Fry. And then, of course, Ricky Rose having trouble with Giddy Up here tonight. We'll finish up in that number 11 spot. So lightweight supers going to be our next class coming up here. Once again, the Friday Night Spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio, as we get ready to go with lightweight competition here. Oh, we got Renee with us. Come on over here, Renee, and we'll bring in our super stock expert.
Yeah. I have,
take your pick. One of those there, and we've got Renee Theobald joining us here tonight. Now, Renee, did you have a chance to look at the points at all, or how did this all shake out with the 4-way tie? How did that, or 3-way tie for 4?
We didn't even think it was going to be a possibility, but because Brad Benedict, I guess, did not go far enough, we actually tied with him, but then we had the tiebreaker for our win in Chapel Hill.
Okay,
yes.
Awesome.
So we are in the Enderley with Full Blown Wicked.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear, because we had just said about, maybe did not make it in there, but good to hear that you did make it. So
Thank you.
That is awesome. And, talking to Doug early on our countdown show, they were, the work that you guys put in this week. Tell us about that, from Bowling Green.
There's been a lot of work. The guys have worked every day in the shop. We got home on Monday, and our engine guy, Roger, and Dustin, they swapped motors on the front right. And then we went to go start it on Wednesday, found out we had some pistons blown. I think we had like 4 or 5 in the back engine and the front right. No, the front left. There's been a lot of piston damage this year. But, yeah, they thrashed all day yesterday, all night, and then got a little bit of sleep, came back, fired it, got out the door. I was kind of shocked, but they've got some practice in it this summer.
Well, it all paid off tonight.
It did.
Able to make it into that top 5 for the Enderley, and now it's. What are your guys' thoughts about the Enderley being a points event? I mean, everybody we've talked to, everybody's kind of been, on the high side. They say that's pretty cool. What do you guys think about it?
I think it's cool just as long as, and I think that they are going to do this. Like if anybody has the option, like say in the 2-wheel drive class last year, there was 8 people that were contingent on getting that winner's spot. And I believe that's how they're going to do it. If anybody has contention to be able to get in that number 1 spot, they're going to go ahead and allow them to go to the Enderley.
Okay.
If that falls that way, I don't know if we've got any classes like that this year.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's the deal. And if they do that, I agree with it. But it'll be different. I mean, it's change, and we've just got to be positive about it. And I'm sure it'll be old hat here in a few years.
Yeah, in a couple of years, everybody will say, "Oh, why don't you change it up or something like that?" But yeah, that's something different.
Yeah.
And say the fans, it's kind of been the same since they actually started it, years ago, and actually just started with the modified classes really, and it kind of worked its way into the other classes over the years, and now it kind of encompasses every class. Looks like we're getting ready to go here with the lightweight super stock class. Will be up next. We got 10 of those here at the Wellington event, the Friday night spectacular. And you guys have pulled here in Wellington for quite a few years.
Yeah, we have. We started out here in 2-wheel drives with Doug's Wicked 2-wheel drive, and then my T-Bucket, Pretty Wicked, and we pulled here a few years. It was always a great track. It's always a wonderful track if Jim Miller is building it. And I'm glad to have him with NTPA, and would honestly like to see every track built that way. But, I know we've got some, long-timers that definitely are going to continue doing that. I mean, we've got Bowling Green. They know how to do a track. Toma, Chapel Hill.
Right.
But it would be great if we could have that consistency all around for every event, in my opinion.
And let's talk about the mini runs tonight. Now, you came out on top of, you were the third hook for your 3 minis, and you came out. Now, Grant, in his interview, had said that he was going to tell you about some things he would have done differently, and, of course, implied to your tractor, and they worked, right? I'm assuming?
Yes. I kind of already had it in my head that it needed to be driven out farther, and he just confirmed that when he got back because it blew a tire out of the ground, and he thought he could get after it, but then he had to backpedal it, and so I just knew to drive it out and be patient with it and wait on it, and got him by 5 feet, but that's the benefit of being the third one to hook, and that's usually how it rolls, and we get information from each one previous. Looks like we've got Adam Spielberg here on the line.
Spiegelberg here out of Wyowega, Wisconsin.
Yep, that's a handful to say.
Always tough here. But Adam, good runner, had a nice weekend in Bowling Green. Finally got everything going back the way he'd like to have it going with that MX210. Of course, the Detonator Black. He's going to be our test puller, 6,300-pound lightweight super stocks, and we've got 10 of them here tonight. Adam, a winner here in 2022. And just as I say that, I jinx him.
Yep.
So that seems to be the way things go here. We'll see if he'll drop or go right back at it.
I would definitely go right back at it and get it because he's got that number 1 hook spot.
Now, we didn't see that in the unlimited class. Now, the first 2 classes we saw went out there, and number 1 hooks were the place to be. And then the unlimited class, we kind of shook that up a little bit here.
Yeah, I think Wayne Purser was first.
So does not want to go here for Adam Spiegelberg. 6,200-pound lightweight supers, 505 cubic inches, up to 4 turbochargers. And boy, they can be finicky.
That was the word I have said. My friend John Raymond just got an open super, and that was the exact word I've used, is they are very finicky.
Yes, and Adam comes out here, looks at the front of the tractor. So, good news, bad news situation here. He's a test puller, so he can turn this down and come back, but hopefully nothing too serious on that tractor. So we will see whether or not they will drop here. So looking at our lineup, Marcus Weddleson will be up next. Then we'll have Scott Whitworth going to drive the bin buster here tonight. Kyle Carlin from not too far away will be with the Bad Blood. And then Rex Kuhn with the Letterbuck. Last year's winner here in our lightweight super stock class. And so 10 of them have signed in here. Looks like Dad going to get in the seat here. And I would imagine they haven't told me, but I'd imagine going to drop here.
Yeah.
Come back here. Now let's talk what's Dad been up to. We've seen he's kind of been crew chief in here throughout helping Mark with his tractor, the Warrior tractor. I've run into him a couple times. And
yeah, he just didn't get parts yet this summer.
Still waiting on them.
Yeah,
okay.
Still waiting on some parts. And earlier this year he said a little motivation as well. He said that he's been having fun crewing for Mark and getting him down the track and helping him and everything. And so I think he's also enjoyed it at the same time to kind of not have that pressure and also be out here. But we hope to see him back out on the track next year for sure.
For sure. And I think probably the last time he drove was the farm show,
yeah,
right? When he drove Mark's tractor and he was in the winner's circle.
Yes,
so
yes.
Not a bad way to start and end the season, I guess.
Yep.
But yeah, it's amazing how many people waiting for parts. That's still just crazy. You would have thought that it would have, getting better and better, but it really hasn't, and of course a lot of custom parts and pieces on those tractors. And
yeah, definitely the actual looking tractor classes are definitely hard on getting parts.
So it looks like we're going to take the Detonator Black and drop him to last here, and we'll see. Hopefully nothing too serious on that tractor, and he'll be able to come on back. So last week's ring winner, say that fast 3 times, Marcus Weddleson, Postville, Iowa, with the Gunpowder and Lead, going to be our next tractor up here.
Yes, I believe he's sitting second in points right now.
Yeah, second in points coming in here this weekend. And
yeah, like 4.5 out from first.
And the lightweight class, this is it for him before the Enderley.
Okay.
This is, no, they got 2 hooks in Canton. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I forgot about the 2 hooks. The Unlimited class is the only one this is it.
Yes, okay.
So everybody else has got other hooks. And you guys, next weekend, you go to Wasion, Ohio. And how have you guys run up there? Has that been a favorite for the Theobalds? Or?
It was with the two-wheel drives, and the track seems like it's changed a little bit in prep. And it can be a crapshoot, I'll just be honest.
Okay.
It's a number track for sure.
Okay.
It can go either way.
All right. So Marcus Weddleson, they tell us, going to be our new test puller. They did make a change on the sled here. So Marcus will be the new test puller with the Gunpowder and Lead out of Postville, Iowa. Marcus has had a nice summer here. Had a victory at Rockwell, Iowa. No, actually Brandenburg. I'm sorry about that. Brandenburg. Earlier this summer. Hook number 9 out of the 12 they've got here in 2025. And it was good to see Marcus pick up that ring last week in Bowling Green.
Yes, that's always an honor, definitely, and well-deserved for Marcus.
Oh, wow. Well,
that was an awesome run.
That was an awesome run. Gunpowder and Lead, Marcus Weddleson. I think he's going to take that one. I'd say he's happy with that one.
Yeah, that one shot out of the starting line like a rocket.
Good run there for Marcus Weddleson here as started the lightweight superstock class over. And take a look right there at the head of the throttle, right on the back wheels, and away he went. So 370, wow. 370.96 for Marcus Weddleson. Kind of surprised, too. We're working that middle part of the track and off the start line there.
No, that was a solid tractor to begin with. Marcus has that gunpowder.
Always good when you got the flagman going backward, right?
Oh,
That's,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what you're looking
That's
for
your
out
key.
there.
Yep, you know it's a good run.
Top 5, so the tractor runs well wherever it goes.
So 370.96. 370.96 for Marcus Weddleson. Will set the mark here. So it looks like we'll send it down trackside to Marcus.
With Marcus Weddleson. Okay, so you were the new first hook. Tell me about that run. Looked like you shot out of a cannon there.
That was a good pass. I don't know if it's a winner, but it sure felt good. I sure as hell couldn't turn that one down. It felt really good.
Yeah, the balance looked perfect. Talk about the setup.
We'd wrote down what we did here last year and what we did wrong, and we were my son and I, we talked about, where to be with the drawbar and whatever, and I think we kind of hit it. So
it's like this part of the season, really turning it on, coming off that Bowling Green ring. So congratulations. What's happening with this team right now?
We haven't made so many mistakes as we've made in the past, and the tractor's running a lot better. And we've kind of got our ducks in a row, and I don't know. You know how it is; it can always fall apart in one night. But so far, we've been pretty blessed.
Thank you. We're going to keep watching this one, see if it holds. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks everybody here that put all this thing on. And I'm glad I get to talk to you. I'm glad I get to talk to you.
I'm glad you do too. Thank you.
All right, so Marcus pretty happy down there as takes over that, sets the mark to beat here in our lightweight super stock class. As we'll have the bin buster making its way out on the track here, and looks like Dad going to do the driving as we see Colton out front. So Scott Whitworth going to do the driving of the bin buster, and boy, they've added quite a few tractors to their arsenal here. As I think they got about 5 or 6 of them now that they've got back at their shop there in Worthington, Missouri.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that many. Very nice looking tractors.
They seem to be accumulating them here, and,
I know
and
how
Dad
that
says
goes.
it's not the way what we plan to do here. But
yep.
Now this tractor has a win this summer in Rockwell. Colton was doing the driving that night. Colton will drive the Yield Express here tonight, our current points leader. Also got their heavy super stock they run, and also have a couple more lights that are back in their shop. So 370.96 the mark to beat here as we get ready for Scott Whitworth and that bin buster out of Worthington, Missouri. That's the northern part of the Show Me State. John Deere going to get down here a little bit short. Burns off a little excess alcohol. The John Deere 5020. Now, Scott actually used to run sprint cars years ago.
Okay.
Before he got involved with pulling. Now, his dad, of course, was a puller for many, many years. So at one time, 3 generations of Whitworth's pulling out on the track. And so a good run there for Scott Whitworth. And we will see 349 even. So 349 even will put him number 2. So Marcus Weddleson, our leader at 370.96. Once again here, the Friday Night Spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio. Dan Mayer joined by Renee Theobald here tonight. Renee giving us the expert analysis on the sidelines here. And what a great event here in Wellington. Crowd came out here tonight, kind of filled in.
Yes, the crowd's always awesome. The fans are great. Always enjoy talking to a lot of the fans here.
take a look at that shot there, the excess alcohol. Yeah, we'll send it down trackside with Scott.
With Scott Whitworth. Okay, so it looked like you were really having to work the brakes there, especially watching that replay. It was seesawing on that front end.
Yeah, it was pulling me hard to the left. I was just glad I was able to stay in bounds.
Yeah, able to stay in bounds. A lot of people may not realize how much do you have to work to be able to keep a hold of that?
Well, most times not that much, but it just instantly took me to the left, and I was on the brake and pumping it all the way down, so I was happy to get what I got.
So now what adjustments will you make or will you tell for the next track?
You know, I don't know for sure. Maybe a little more tire pressure and a little less drawbar.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
All right, so we'll head back down the start line here in the Bad Blood. Second generation puller, Kyle Carlin. Minerva, Ohio with the Bad Blood. Brought this tractor out, brand new ride, Brandenburg, Kentucky, as we see Dad out front. Of course, Dad years ago, he's from Pro Stocks, the Orange Pro Stocks, Gary Carlin. Good looking AGCO tractor here. Don't see too many of the orange ones here in Light Super, so.
Yeah, it's nice to see several colors in this class.
So the Bad Blood we saw last weekend, Bowling Green, Ohio, ran for only the second time they brought this tractor out last weekend. Good to see it here in Wellington. So the Bad Blood out of Minerva, Ohio, going to come up short in our lightweight super stock class here tonight. Once again, this is hook number 9 out of 12 for them. They got 2 more hooks next weekend at the Stark County Fair in Canton, Ohio, before they move on into the Enderley. I don't know, that run for Marcus Weddleson, that looks like that's going to be a tough one here.
That is definitely going to be a tough one. He just came out of the hole smooth, Marcus did, and yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to beat.
So we'll get the distance in here for Kyle Carlin and the Bad Blood. Not too far away, Minerva, Ohio. 3:35.01 will be the distance. 3:35.01. So Rex Kuhn, he'll be up next here with the Letterbuck, Morristown, Indiana. A guy not too far from you guys.
Yeah, he's only like 20 minutes away. We both live in Shelby County, and he's a farmer also.
So there we take a look at our leaderboard, 370.96 for the gunpowder and lead. So number 5 in Grand National points coming in here, and Rex, a 2-time Bowling Green ring winner. And that Letterbuck, boy, always in the mix, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
So going to be followed by Cody Chiswick with the Considered Armed and Dangerous, and then Craig Smith. And Whiskey's Fine joining us here for the first time in 2025 as we move along here in our lightweight super stock class. Of course, 10,000-pound pro stocks will be our final class of the night. So we see the John Deere making its way to the start line here as we'll send it down trackside here with Krista. She'll have a word with Kyle.
With Kyle Carlin. Okay, I know that this is a little bit of a new build, the learning curve. Where do you think you are right now on the learning curve, even after that run?
So we finally made it from point A to point B and made a really nice pass. So now we have something to build on and can tune on the motor a little bit, and we're extremely happy with how that went.
When you work the brakes a little bit coming down the line, talk about that.
Mid-track, I had to get on the left brake just a little bit, just feathered it, but not very hard.
So when you have a new, like you said, now you have a baseline, you called it, where will you go from here and what will you do with this run? This run is basically going to become like a little bit of a foundation then.
Correct. We'll look at the computer, see how fat we were with fuel. We can lean the motor out, and we can turn the boost up even more and make enough horsepower so it finishes at the other end.
And you're smiling. Looks like you're having fun out here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Kyle.
All right, so here we go with Rex Kuhn, the Letterbuck. Our next puller up now. Renee's going to move that sled way over there on the right side. Really haven't seen anybody pretty much right of center here tonight as we saw the unlimited class earlier, they were kind of working the middle part of the track. So Rex Kuhn, let's see if he can find the magic here tonight. And a great run down the right side.
Yeah, that was a great run.
Not going to catch Marcus, but that's maybe good enough for number 2 here. Scott Whitworth at 3:49 even sits in that number 2 spot as we take a look here at the 2021 Grand National Champion. Got that front end up. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get a little too high. I think he may have even hit the wheelie bars there a couple times, but it settled right down, and yeah, went 3:55.97 for second.
So a great run there for Rex Kuhn. Will take over the number 2 spot. We're just about the halfway point. 10 light supers signed in here tonight. At our leaderboard, we'll put Rex in that number 2 spot. Now Cody Chiswick will be up next, considered armed and dangerous. Craig Smith, Whiskey's Fine, and then Brian Bowles. We talked to Brian earlier on our countdown show, and tractor from Southwest Missouri.
Yes, I got to, we're parked right by Brian and got to meet him today and got to chat with him.
He's had a good summer so far.
I heard he's a financial advisor, so we were chatting it up a little bit.
Yes, we always like to refer to that as an announcer. That's something you always hit on, and financial advisor in tractor pulling, and know the family's at home watching them. We've got Colt Whitworth, our current points leader, Terry Blackburn down here, and then of course Adam Spiegelberg. So, yeah, tough class here of light supers as always. Yeah, we'll see Cody Chiswick making his way to the starting line here, Newton, Wisconsin. Second generation puller, his dad Mike. We talked about last weekend, I think, in Bowling Green. I think they picked up ring number 18 for the Chiswick team last week. I think Miles and I were kind of figure out how many they actually had.
That's
and
impressive.
I think it was 18 that they have stockpiled in Bowling Green. So Cody Chiswick here out of Newton, Wisconsin. First of 2 tractors we'll see. We see teammate Terry Blackburn down there. He'll be down at the bottom of the field. Now Cody took over the driving of this tractor a couple years ago when he turned 16.
Yep. Yeah, he's done a very good job.
Been involved in the sport since he was just a little guy.
Oh yeah, I remember him running around when he was just like 5 years old, so. It's crazy seeing all these kids growing up and getting in the seat.
Well, you were one of them back when.
Yeah, I guess so.
No. Number 9 in Grand National points here for Cody. Oh man, that's a tough break there. I think he was past that 100-foot mark. We'll have to wait and see.
Then he put that right brake on and took a hard right now. I was watching that 100-foot mark, and I think he let out of it, but I'm not so sure. He might not think so.
Yeah, we see the official going to check. Yeah, I think he's going to pull him right back.
Yeah, he's going to have one more attempt. I knew it was really close. I hate to say anything, but. And that's why they just kind of, let you go. And if you go past 100 feet, they'll let you come back because they don't want you hitting the brakes and stopping the sled and, having the sled.
A worse problem.
Yes, and it hurts your back and it runs up on the back of the tires. And yeah, that was kind of crazy. He just went straight up in the air.
Yeah, it just kind of took a hard left there on him. We'll see here on the replay. So we saw that left rear tire kind of come out there and brought it back around. Boy, when you slow it down like that, it just how violent it does look.
Yeah.
You know, trying to slow everything down and
they can get crazy fast.
Get it shut down. So 6,200-pound lightweight supers, about 4,000 horsepower, and not a whole lot of weight to play with, but does have some movable weight out front there, as we see. And we see up on the buckboard, and that's you can see where Cody's tire got up against that buckboard there. Don't want that to happen.
No.
That is definitely not what you want out there. So looks like we're going to take Cody. He does have another attempt here, so looks like we're going to bring him back around. And we'll put him at the bottom of the field here. Considered armed and dangerous. It's again Friday night spectacular here, Wellington, Ohio. Some of the fans watching the great action here on the pit side. All right, so looks like we should have Craig Smith coming up next here, and first time that we've seen Craig out on the Grand National circuit here in 2025. Kind of been a regular the last couple years.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, I haven't seen Craig out here.
Yeah, Craig actually started a new business, and they haven't been able to make it out on the Grand National, but this is the first one. As we see that industrial gray John Deere, the Whiskey's Fine. Of course, Craig a crew chief for so many years for Jason Hootman, and then this tractor became available. Craig was able to purchase it and brought it out on the Grand National circuit. Calls it Whiskey's Fine. John Deere, that's a 7800 series or so. So Craig just south of the Buffalo, New York area, Western New York. He calls home. So let's see what he can put together here tonight. Once again, our mark to beat, Marcus Weddleson, 370 and 96. The gunpowder and lead, the red one, leading the way. Rolled out with it quite a long way.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, good to see a different color John Deere out there. And actually, this is an official John Deere color here, this gray that Craig runs on it. We've seen the industrial yellow. We've seen, of course, the regular green. So 330.92 will be the distance here for Craig. 330 and 92. And that'll put him number 5 right now. So we'll have Brian Bowles up next here with the Alter Ego, and then Colt Whitworth's Yield Express, and then Terry Blackburn's Excessive Force. Case International. As we work our way through the lightweight supers here tonight. Yeah, had the weight set pretty good there.
Yeah, that was a
Craig.
great run for first time out this summer.
So we'll put Craig in that number 5 spot. We take a look at our leaderboard as, once again, everybody chasing. Marcus Weddleson at 370.96. Rex Kuhn sits number 2 at 355.97. And then the bin buster, Scott Whitworth, at 349 even. As Brian Bowles will be up next here, currently sitting number 3 here in Grand National points.
He looks like he's bringing that sled back left to center this time. Hadn't seen it over here in a few.
Yeah, this particular class.
Yeah.
Of course, for the first time running Grand National points, Brian Bowles. Years ago, ran Pro Stocks. Actually had another New Holland tractor that he ran before, the Haley's Comet, back in ran with the Outlaws for quite a few years and then decided to throw his hat in the ring, and he's done a great job here this summer. Had a couple wins, Toma and Brandenburg.
And is he sitting third in points? Is that
sitting third?
Right?
Yep, sitting third coming in here tonight.
So keep an eye out right now for this Alter Ego. A big New Holland. When we see a New Holland take over the lead.
So yeah, we've got Colton Whitworth, our leader. Marcus Weddelson's number 2. Now Weddleson is 4.5 back. And then Alter Ego Brian Bowles is 7 points back of that number 1 spot. So could gain a little here tonight. The Alter Ego New Holland here out of Southwest Missouri. 370-96, 370 and 96. Our mark to beat. Yeah, I think he's the furthest over the left here we've seen in this light class. So let's see if he can get it all together here.
Got it down fast.
Well, the New Holland's going to be in the mix here tonight. Alter Ego. We're seeing some great runs.
Yes, that
here.
was a very good run.
Lightweight super stocks. Of course, all the classes we've seen here tonight really putting on a good show. So we will see what the distance comes up here for Brian. So 353 and 99. 353 and 99. We'll put him number 3 here. So Colton Whitworth going to be our next puller up, current points leader with the Yield Express, and then Terry Blackburn, and then we'll see if Adam Spiegelberg and Cody Chiswick will be able to come on back. So a great run there for Brian Bowles. Never been here before. Talked to him earlier, and he said, well, he's just kind of asked him how that works, you know, going into a track you never pulled before, and you kind of lean on other pullers. And he said, we just kind of have our ears open and what people were thinking. And so a great job there for Brian.
Well, and it's nice with
we'll
the
send it down trackside to Brian Bowles.
Down here on the track with Brian Bowles, currently in third and also third in those championship standings. So, Brian, want to ask you about, you've never been here, right? This is your first time here at Wellington. What did you think about that run?
It was a good, solid run. I'd like to have been a little bit left of where I went, but it worked out pretty good.
You're a financial advisor. If people watching don't realize that. Financial advisor during the day, tractor puller by night. So how would you analyze that run?
I probably would have liked to had a little bit more nose weight and been a little bit over left and got on the brakes just a touch more.
All right, well, we think it yields just fine, and it's going to pay dividends for Brian Bowles. How was that?
Thank you very much.
All right, so here we go. Our points leader, Colton Whitworth. Now, we just saw Dad go down the track here with the other tractor, the Bin Buster. Now it's time Colton's on the Yield Express here. The NK Seeds, the Yield Express, 2 wins on the summer, 1 in Toma, 1 in Rockwell. John Deere 4020. And boy, when this tractor's right, the wheel speed on it, very impressive.
That's for sure.
So our defending Grand National champion looking to go back-to-back. Ooh.
Well, they gave it all she had.
Yeah, now Colton's been working with spray drones out on the farm. And have you guys tried the spray drones at all? Or?
We have not, but
okay.
they can be massive, but I think we would have to fill too many times to make it worth our while. I'm not sure. We've talked about it, but no, we have not messed around with it yet. You'd basically have to have them ready to go, like one after another, and it'd be manned a lot. But we're all about, anything that can make life easier.
Right,
that's for sure. 352.981. It puts them in 4th place.
Good run. So 352 and 98. And just look at the wheel speed on this tractor. Just incredible as he burns it in there. So number 4 spot there for Colton Whitworth. Put him right in front of their other tractor. So Terry Blackburn will be up next here. Shullsburg, Wisconsin. Of course, what a great points battle we saw last year with Terry Blackburn and, of course, Colton Whitworth. And came down to Canton, Ohio last year. And Colton had to go out and win the class and actually put his second tractor in that number 2 spot and finish ahead of Terry. And he got it done.
Wow. That's hard to do.
So 352.98 for Colton as he heads off the track. Still in that number 1 spot in points. Not by much now.
Nope, by 0.5.
I mean, if we, if it finishes like this, not by much. But of course, we still got 3 left to run here. And they all come out of that Blackburn shop, and they're always good runners, as we'll send it down trackside to Krista.
With Colton Whitworth coming in as the Grand National points leader, I know that maybe you gave up a couple spots there, but it looked good coming off of it. What was your thought?
Yeah, we kind of missed the setup a little bit. We should have had our drawbar down, and it got me too far to the right. But all in all, it wasn't a bad run.
Okay, it's just that when the points are this tight, you still do have a couple of more events to go. But what are your thoughts as you leave here tonight in Wellington?
We just try to go to each event and do the best we can and let the points thing shake out at the end.
Thank you, Colton.
All right, so we'll move on here to Terry Blackburn up next here out of Shullsburg, Wisconsin. It's a 5-time Grand National champion here in the lightweight class. He backs in here tonight. Always a tough one. Now, I got to ask you, Renee, did you ever, the idea of going down the tractor path, or just?
Never really had an opportunity to go down the tractor path. I do remember Terry Blackburn growing up. I mean, I was youngin', and he was out there pulling diesel super stocks. And he's always been a front runner, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely not the guy you want to see at the bottom of the class when you sitting out front there for most of the class, as Marcus Wedelson has with the gunpowder and lead. So Terry Blackburn here, the excessive force here tonight. I think we're going to stack another one in there.
I think so.
Right about that 350 or so here tonight. I think Marcus Wedelson's safe at that 370, but Terry's going to be close here. 355.97, number 2 spot, Rex Kuhn. And then we got Brian Bowles, number 3 at 353.99. Now, where are we going to put Terry here tonight with excessive force? Ooh. Yeah, at that point right there looks really good for Terry. Looks on over, seeing where he's at. So 359.01 will put him number 2 here. So number 2 spot for Terry Blackburn. So still 2 left to go here in our lightweight superstock class as we'll go back to the top of the class here, Adam Spiegelberg. And Cody Chiswick will have 1 attempt left. So those should be our 2 final pullers here in our lightweight class before we move on into the pro stocks tonight.
How many pro stocks do we have tonight?
I think we got 20 tonight. I think we're at about 20. Yeah, and even 20 here tonight, so nice field. All right, we'll send it down trackside with our new number 2 puller, Terry Blackburn.
All right, now in second place, Terry Blackburn. Terry, got to be happy with that run. I see the smile. What do you think?
Yeah, I sure am. You know, we got a great track. Hats off to Jim Miller tonight. He builds a great track. I love running here, and we had a good time, and glad everybody come out to watch us tonight and put on a good show.
What's your strategy, too? A lot of people talking about maybe second-guessing the nose weight or the setup. What was your thought?
Oh, yeah, these light supers, you know, where you're working the drawbar, and actually I lowered mine a little bit because the track's really good, and it was the right thing to do, kept the front end down under control.
Congratulations, looked good. Thank you, Terry.
All right, so Terry Blackburn says lowering that drawbar on a track like this here tonight. A good track here, and Adam Spiegelberg here with the Detonator Black. Thinks he's got a bad turbo on it. Let's see what happens here.
Yep. That's tough luck.
Yeah, unfortunately, boy, you drive all the way down from Wisconsin and have trouble like that. So that's going to be it here for the Detonator Black, Adam Spiegelberg here tonight. Hate to see that.
No,
hate to see
yeah.
that. I say, just seemed like he got the monkey off his back last week in Bowling Green, and then to come out here this weekend and have some issues.
Yeah, that's definitely frustrating.
So 0.99 will be the distance here for Adam. 0.99 officially. So we're down to 1. Cody Chiswick in the considered armed and dangerous tractor. Of course, just goes to show that, you know, equipment can break at any time, and unfortunately at the most unopportune time sometimes. But Adam will be back. They're tough runners. So 1 to go with Cody Chiswick here as he's got 1 attempt. Had that wild ride just past that 100-foot mark.
So that's going to bring us up to Cody Chiswick.
So there we take a look at our current leaderboard. At 0.99 for Adam Spiegelberg here tonight.
There you go. Now he can hear you, fans. Now he can hear you right there. Cody, go on it anyhow. You come back and see us, won't you? I bet you will, huh? I know. Not having a good night. You understand that?
So want to watch tonight's best runs again and again. Maybe check out how your favorite driver did the last weekend's NTPA poll. Well, you can do it all live here on Full Pull Live with a subscription. We're talking full event replays, exclusive pit access, driver interviews, tech talks, and even archived events going back seasons. Watch it anytime, anyhow, on your phone, your TV, your tablet. Full Pull Live brings you that track to you. Head to Full Pull Live or download the Full Pull app and subscribe now for only $39.99 a month. As we go back to the starting line here is Cody Chiswick. He'll have 1 attempt left here in our lightweight superstock class, just 1 to go. As he quickly gets back to the starting line here, he's ready to go. See Terry Blackburn down there and giving him some last-minute instruction here.
Power right there.
Terry giving us some last-minute instructions here. How to get down that track. So Cody Chiswick, considered armed and dangerous, our final competitor, lightweight supers. He got it that time. Nice run there for Cody Chiswick.
Yes, he did. That was smooth on the throttle coming out of the hole for sure.
So that will finish out our lightweight super stock class here tonight. Well, Renee, thanks for joining us here with this lightweight super stock class. Always a pleasure to see you, and good luck next weekend. I know Wauseon, Ohio, for the final event for the mini rods before you go into the Enderley, so hopefully things work out for you well.
Thank you. Yes, it's been a pleasure, Dan.
All right, so Renee Theobald and the Wicked team joining us here tonight, Full Pull Live, as we conclude our lightweight super stock class. 348.99 for Cody Chiswick. 348.99 will be the distance. So we'll get our final rundown here for the lightweight super stock class.
Northwoods Engineering builds precision cylinder heads to help engines perform stronger and last longer. Northwoods Engineering.
So congratulations, Marcus Wedelson, as he will be a winner here tonight. Grand National competition here, as he will pick up career win number 20 in Grand National competition. So we'll put him third all time in this lightweight class, behind, of course, Brian Korth, the man that has got the most wins at 64, and then the Brabeck brothers in number 2 spot at 29. And we'll put Marcus in that number 3 spot at 20 wins. So congratulations to Marcus. As we take a look here at the remaining top 5, Terry Blackburn in that number 2 spot, Letterbuck and Rex Kuhn number 3, Alter Ego Brian Bowles, and then of course rounding out that number 5 spot there tonight, Colton Whitworth. And then we see the rest of our top 10 here tonight, all the way down to Adam Spiegelberg with the Detonator Black, unfortunately having trouble there in that number 10 spot here tonight. So we'll send it down trackside with Cody Chiswick.
With Cody Chiswick, who was able to come back out there and get a run in, and I know how important that is, especially with Enderley on the line. So your night went from a wild first run to that one looked pretty solid till you had to apply the brakes. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I kind of drove like an idiot. I'm not used to this tractor. Terry and I switched tractors because we were frustrated with both how we were just driving and we just couldn't get them down the track. So I'm still kind of getting used to this one, and I can see why he likes this tractor. It's a damn fine running tractor. I mean, once she goes, she goes.
I saw Terry was down there giving you some advice or some pointers. What was he saying?
Well, these tractors just don't like stay idling, and he just says you got to wait on it a little bit whenever when the sled hits you, and then you can first get into it so it doesn't get so stupid. So.
Well, I know it wasn't what you wanted, but you're still able to get a run in, and that's so important. I don't think you drove like an idiot. I think you're being too hard on yourself. Okay, Cody?
Thank you. I try sometimes.
Guys, have a good night. Thank you.
All right, so we're ready to go pro stock pulling here tonight. The Friday night spectacular here, Wellington, Ohio, as we are down to our final class, as we'll kick things off here with the, looks like we've got the Loud and Heavy tractor, Red Granite, Wisconsin. As looks like we're going to have Brandon Simon in the seat here, Loud and Heavy tonight, as he backs it in. So Brandon Simon will be behind the wheel here of Loud and Heavy, our current national points leading tractor. So of course this tractor has been in the winner's circle, 2 wins on the summer, 2 in Hutchinson, Minnesota. Actually, Brandon was doing the driving there up in Hutchinson, Minnesota to start off the season. Of course, This tractor owned by Brent Meyer. We'll see Brent out a little bit later on. Of course, he had just a tremendous weekend in Bowling Green last week as he swept the Pro Stock class with his injected funds entry. But this one, his other tractor, Brandon Simon, the hired gun here tonight, loud and heavy, out of Farley, Iowa, going to kick things off. 10,000-pound Pro Stocks, Yoder Popcorn sponsored class, as he will set the mark here. That tractor shake. So Brandon Simon, a great run here as our test puller, and looks like we got a little fire underneath the hood there. Take a look on the other side there. Looks like we had a little fire. So we'll get the distance in here for Brandon. I'd imagine would take that run.
Our test puller. He's first in the Grand National points. He's your rink winner from Bowling Green. He has 4.
So 3:45.08 will be the distance here. 3:45.08 for Brandon Simon. So Stephen LaGrange out of Quebec, Canada, going to be our next puller up here with the Gambler. Then James Ray going to be driving Mac Nasty tonight, and then Kevin Schmucker. Those will be our next three up here as we go Pro Stock pulling here in the Lorain County Fairgrounds. So we have the tractor out of Quebec, Canada, making its way to the start line up next here. As we'll have a word here with Brandon Simon. As soon as he gets his helmet off, we'll send it down to Krista.
Okay, giving Brent Meyer a little bit of time here. And okay, when you're the first hook, I'm sorry, Brandon, when you're the first hook, you have to decide what you're going to do. So are you going to keep that?
Yeah, that was a hell of a pass. Hopefully it holds up. We got a couple more guns in the back there to run. So if somebody gets by us there, we'll give them a fair shake there with the other two.
What did you think when you're looking at the data and everything and having to wait? You're the last class tonight. What are you looking for?
It's just late in the season, and we got a lot of passes on these Riverside engines, and they hold tough. And some people oil for holding them all together. And I got a good crew behind me that keeps these things running. And we're just we don't want to put another lap on it. We got to run again next weekend, and we got a few more here to shake down here before the season's over with. And harvest in Iowa's coming quick, so we don't need no more labor.
Say the work never ends. If you're not here doing the work, you're back in the field, right?
Yeah, the work never ends, and I just got good people at home, my brother and my wife and kids, and just everybody back at the farm that's holding the fort down when I'm gone, and the trucking company. I mean, it takes an army in the village to keep all this going, and we're just very thankful, and thanks to Brad Walkup for everything he does, and Brent Meyer for letting me wheel this hot rod.
A lot of good people surrounding you. We know it's a labor of love. Thank you.
All right, so go back to the start line here. It looks like Stephen LaGrange not going to be up next here. We're going to go, okay, so he is going to be a scratch. So we're going to go right ahead here with James Ray doing the driving for Mike County here tonight, the Mac Nasty. So you see Tate out front, Tate Ray, going to back him in. So James Ray doing the driving here at Mac Nasty. Currently number 4 in Grand National points. Number 4 Grand National points. 2016 Grand National champion with Mike County.
Currently sitting 4th in the Grand National points. Remember, this is your Yoder Popcorn Grand National Pro Stock event.
So good run there for Brandon Simon to kick off the Pro Stock class. Of course, 680 cubic inches. One big turbocharger, about 5,000 horsepower they're making nowadays. James Ray been doing a lot of driving this summer for the county team out of Salem, Ohio.
Looking for that first victory
Starts to build the boost here with the Mac Nasty. of steam right there for James Ray. He just might have taken over that number 1 spot here. 3:45.08, the mark to beat here in our Yoder popcorn class. Wow, did he have some ground speed going? Take a look here at the replay. Take a look at that tire speed. Well over 100 miles an hour here in pro stock competition. Oh, just shy of taking over that number 1 spot. 3:44.03, so almost exactly a foot behind with the Mac Nasty here tonight. 3:44.03. As Brandon Simon, he'll dodge a big bullet right there. So Kevin Schmucker up next, the Gitter Done Deer. Then we'll have Tom Lamers, the Tomahawk, Mark Lawyer's New Era. Our next couple coming here in pro stock.
Soon a business was born. Today, Russ Yoder is the 4th generation to own and operate the business.
So as we take a look here at the pro stock points, of course, Loud and Heavy leading the way. Loud and Heavy X in that number 2 spot. Just 1 point separate first and second, and then after that, it's like a 33 point spread further back. So that's where things are right now. We'll send it down trackside.
Continuing our coverage of the Yoder Popcorn Pro Stocks class here in Wellington, Ohio. Okay, James, you knew what Brandon put down there, so what did you think about your run?
It felt good. Got another shot back there. There's a lot of good tractors back there, so can't count anybody out here.
Well, you're less than a foot behind him, so if you've done anything different, tell me about your line.
I don't think.
And what do you think about Wellington, Ohio, too? Have you pulled here before, and where does it rank when you enjoy it?
Yeah, we like pulling to Wellington. It's always usually a good track, good crowd. We enjoy it.
Thank you very much, James.
All right, so Kevin Schmucker making his way out on the track next with the Gitter Done Deer out of Louisville, Ohio. Father and son pulling team, as you see Danny out front right now with that Gitter Done Deer. Of course, next weekend we'll be in Canton, Ohio for their big event, the Stark County Fair. And of course, Danny Schmucker on the fair board over there and doing a great job getting that event going. So Kevin backing in here. Of course, the Schmucker family running a limited schedule here in 2025. Once again, not running for Grand National points, but I'll tell you, when they show up, they mean business. We have seen that over the last couple of years. As Kevin will be up number 1 here.
This one being the dad, Kevin Schmucker, Louisville, Ohio.
So the Gitter Done Deer, John Deere 7830. Right now chasing Brandon Simon at 3:45.08, our number 1 hook here in the pro stock class.
4 top 10 behind their name. Now that's not too bad in such a stacked class as what this Grand National Pro Stock division is. But normally they're up there a little bit higher, even in the Grand National point. But don't hold out. He was 3rd place here last year, and he's coming off 3rd as the 3rd puller for tonight in our Pro Stock. So that might mean something here. Here comes the Gitter Done Deer. Well, John Deere fans, where are you? Are you with the shed tonight? Come on now. Do I have 1 or 2 out there somewhere? Gotta have somewhere.
Kevin Schmucker going to put it right there about that 345-foot mark once again. Now, talking to Renee Theobald in our previous class, the lightweight superstock class, we got the updated Grand National points for the unlimited class, and the top 5 in the unlimited points. Joe Ader in the number 1 spot with the Emax Tractor number 2 spot. It's Dave Richardson with Foursome. Number 3 spot is the War Wagon. And Billy Beers, number 4 spot. Adam Bauer with cross-threaded, and then, of course, finish in that number 5 spot is Full-Blown Wicked. Now, they tied, as Renee said, for that number 5 spot with Brad Benedict, making sense, but having that win at Chapel Hill was the tiebreaker, so they will take that 5th spot into the Enderleys. So congratulations to the top 5 there in the Unlimited class, as that will be your top 5 moving on into the Enderley in just a couple weeks. So 3:37.91 will be the distance here for Kevin Schmucker. 3:37 and 91. As we'll send it down trackside to Kevin Schmucker.
With Kevin Schmucker currently in 3rd here in the Yoder Popcorn Pro Stocks class. So tell me about the run, how you think you did.
It felt pretty good. I mean, it wasn't quite far enough to get the first 2, but it felt good, and I'm happy it's still running, and hopefully we can get Danny a little bit farther. He's a little later in the class.
Yeah, what kind of advice or adjustments will you make to tell him?
I don't know. Maybe lighten it up a little bit. Might have been just a fuzz heavy, but we'll try to get it there.
I know eyes are already on maybe Canton next weekend too. I know that you're on the board hometown poll. So what's the excitement too in lighting the wick for that one?
Oh, it's great having that poll. Danny's in charge of it. He's on the board there, and it's great. I won it last year, so hopefully I can do that again.
You can expect the same? The bar has been set now.
I'm gonna try.
We know everyone watching Full Pull Live tonight is enjoying this Friday Night Spectacular in Wellington, and we encourage everyone to tune in and watch next week in camp.
Yeah, this is a great place. I love coming here. I've come here probably for 40 years, back when it was OSTPA, and they do a great job. And yeah, we want everybody at Canton next week.
2 great nights of tractor pulling next weekend. Thank you, Kevin. Dan?
All right, so once again, looking forward to heading out to Canton next weekend for 2 great nights of pulling action. As the Schmucker family, and we mentioned earlier, Danny Schmucker, very involved with the Stark County Fairgrounds out there, is Tom Lamers, the Tomahawk tractor out of Ashland, Ohio. Now, we saw this tractor make its first run out in Rockwell, Iowa. And Tom moving on up from the 4-1 class, the Limited Pro class, into the Big Pro class here with the Tomahawk. John Deere 8360R. Always good to see new competitors in this class, in any class. Tom's one of them. Strong runner right here. We've seen that tractor make some good runs. Last couple events here as he sets his sights on that 3:45.08. Brandon Simon, our leader. Mark Lawyer will be up next with the New Era. Carlton Cope, the Warpath, and then Tim Kane will follow with the Red Gambler. Pro Stock class, Wellington, Ohio, the Friday Night Spectacular. So Tom Lamers, the Tomahawk, out of Ashland, Ohio, not too far down the road here. So starting to stack in the pro stocks here, as we've seen. Well, the first 4 have been green. Looks like next up will be green. Then we'll go to Carlton Cope with his Warpath Massey. So we'll get the distance in here for Tom. To have that weight set just about right, maybe just a little tick heavy. So distance will come in at 3:24 and 95 for Tom Lamers, 3:24 and 95. So just like that, we're seeing the distances kind of fall back here. First 4 tractors in this class. As Mark Lawyer will make his way to the start line. Of course, a very interesting story. The Lawyer family, years ago, running pro stock tractors, now getting back into it. Last couple of years, been running the 5.0 pro stock class on the regional circuit. decided to step on up here and go back to the big pros. So we'll see Mark Lawyer out here, and then Hayden Arnold with the wrapped ups with a vengeance down at the bottom of the field. So keeping it in the family.
Very nice event that they put on there in Henry County. So 2024, John Deere.
Good looking ride there for Mark Lawyer. Of course, came awful close to picking up that Grand National Championship going back in, I think it was 16, 17, right around that time.
Second place in 17 and 18 in the Grand National event. Bowling Green is second, 2016.
So we see Hayden out front, going to back him in here. Mark Lawyer out of Newcastle, Indiana, just east of the Indianapolis area. Of course, a long-time puller, had that industrial force, and then we saw that tractor go up to Iowa. Jason Round up there, and Farley runs that tractor now. So 3:45.08, our high water mark here. Brandon Simon, our leader, with the loud and heavy number 2 spot. James Ray with Mac Nasty at 3:44.03. As we get ready to go here with Mark Lawyer and the new era John Deere 8R 410 model. Oh, Mark Lawyer on a pass here tonight. And the new era says no, not tonight. Yeah, take a look here on the replay. Look at his hand just shaking. Of course, the vibration here, these big pro stocks, 5,000 horsepower. His throttle hand there just shaking away. As we see a little bit of water come out the front there from the intercooler. So 318.03 will be the distance here. 318.03. So we'll send it back to the starting line here as Jason's got Marvin Epperson.
Great from start to beginning.
Oh, yeah, it's been perfect track, both consistent. Even the next class right after the mini rods was awesome. Took right off the light supers. We did move the sled here forward 10 feet to kind of get out of the hump that the Unlimited and the light supers made, but we got the sled set, got a good class going. We're going to finish tonight on a good note here.
Good job tonight. Everything good. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
Back to you, Dan.
All right, so Carlton Cope will be up next here in our Pro Stock class. As, of course, the winner 1 year ago here in this Pro Stock class here. A 3-time winner, actually, for Carlton over the years.
With extra butter here in the hole.
Okay. So it looks like we're not going to see Carlton Cope here tonight with the Warpath. So Tim Kane with the Red Gambler will leapfrog here the Warpath of Carlton Cope, as Tim Kane will make his way to the start line here with the tractor out of New Palestine, Indiana, the Red Gambler. Tim currently sits in the number 7 spot in points. 2 wins on the summer, one in Brandenburg, Kentucky, and then he followed up a week later in Rockwell, Iowa. So our first look at a red one here in the Pro Stock class. And looking down the lineup here, looks like we don't have a whole lot of red here tonight. We'll wait and see who's out there. So now Tim Kane going to move that sled back over here to the left side. Left of center here, going to cut the distance here between the left-hand chalk line and the middle part of the track. Looking for some fresh ground out there for the Red Gambler. See if he can get it all together here tonight. International 1066. Of course, Tim, the 2009 Grand National Champion. So Tim Kane, the Red Gambler, going to come up a little bit short here. Our 10,000-pound pro stock class brought to you by Yoder Popcorn. Class sponsor here for 2025 as we move along in our pro stock class.
Doing very well all year. Came up a little bit short here for tonight. Didn't get quite the start off the finish line that he was looking for.
So we'll take a look here at the replay for Tim Kane. Good launch right there, good hole shot. You saw that front end come up and then it just settled in there, a little bit heavy on the nose. All right, so we'll get the distance in here. So as Tim Kane spins in here with the Red Gambler. All right, so it looks like Russ Yoder going to be up next here out of Shipshewana, Indiana, with the Extra Butter next up in our pro stock class. So way down the distance here for Tim Kane. Jim Shaendorf, the Bad Decision John Deere will follow, and then James Ray will be back with the Mac Daddy tractor. So Russ Yoder, Topeka, Indiana, will be up next here with the Extra Butter. Minneapolis Moline, as we'll send it down trackside to Krista with Tim Kane.
As Tim Kane starts to take the helmet off, Tim was one of the first ones here this morning. He and his wife. You've been waiting around a long time to get out here and get this Red Gambler out on the track. So what did you think?
It's pretty good, but not quite what I was expecting. Had a new set of tires on. Maybe we didn't hit that just right, so it wasn't all bad.
That's right. You told me you had a new pair of shoes today, right? What about the track condition, too? The track's changed a lot. Tell me about that.
It's pretty good. Actually, I thought it was real good. We just didn't hit the setup just perfect.
Are the grandkids watching? Are the grandkids home?
I'm sure part of them are, yes.
They're very excited to see Grandpa Tim Kane here on the Red Gambler. That's our little inside joke, right? We know we're talking
All right,
about.
so as we take a look here, the Minneapolis Moline G1355 of Russ Yoder, Topeka, Indiana. Extra Butter you see on the side there, yoderpopcorn.com. Farms around 2,000 acres of popcorn up there in northern Indiana. Good to see Russ back out on the circuit, enjoying the tour in Brandenburg, Kentucky. Let's see what he's got for us here tonight. All chasing Brandon Simon right now at 3:45.08 with that John Deere loud and heavy. got her going here tonight. Russ Yoder, Extra Butter. Minneapolis Moline G1355. Don't see a whole lot of mini Mo's in pro stock, but good to see Russ out here. As we'll take a look here at the replay of Russ's run. Once again, looked to be a little bit heavy on the nose there. 3:14.01 will be the distance here. 3:14.01 for Russ Yoder. So as we see him working his way through here, of course, Pro Stocks. This is hook number 14 out of 19 for 2025. As they've got a couple weekends of pulling left to go here. As next weekend they'll be in Canton, Ohio, and then the following weekend, big weekend there in Sandwich, Illinois, will finish out their season before the Enderley. So there we take a look at our lineup there after 8 tractors here tonight. So 3:14.01 for Russ Yoder, as we'll send it down to Krista and Russ.
Down here with Russ Yoder, and I know that wasn't the run or really the year that you've been wanting, Russ, but tell me a little bit about just being here in Wellington from Shippachuan.
We've been trying a lot of different things this year and just trying to see what works and what doesn't. And I really like Wellington. This is the place I got my first Grand National win, so we're going to come back as many times as we can. But good track. We didn't have quite the right setup probably tonight, but we tried some other things, and we're trying to learn on what we're doing here. So
we love seeing this tractor because when we see the yellow come out, we see, I like my Yoder popcorn with extra butter. It's the only way to take it, and we're in the Yoder popcorn pro stocks. So after the event, when we have that extra butter on our popcorn, this tractor looks good, looks unique out there.
Well, sometimes if we can't run very good, at least we look good and we taste good. So, yeah, I guess we got 2 of the 3 things. Now we just got to get it to run good and get down the track a little further, and then we'll have the trifecta, I guess. So.
You said you've been trying things, so it's understandable, just kind of working out some bugs.
Yeah, and we've kind of had a short season. We're doing a lot of testing this spring and early summer, and so we haven't been on the track a lot. So we're just trying to test a lot of different things. So.
Well, as the clock strikes closer to midnight, it's the perfect time to put that extra butter on that Yoder popcorn, right? Thanks, Russ.
All right, here we go. Back to the start line. Jim Shaindorf. Yes, I said Jim Shaindorf behind the wheel of a John Deere. We've seen him win a Grand National Championship in Diesel Super and a red one. He's got a name on the side of it this weekend. A bad decision. Oh, well, I believe that's the first time Jim doing the driving. Now, last week in Bowling Green, Jody Shaindorf doing the driving for both nights, but Jim behind the wheel. Of course, the promoter, the Door Summer Sizzler, up there around July 4th, up there in Door, Michigan, and gets behind the wheel of a John Deere. Boy, that's something you didn't expect. 3:26.92, good run there for Jim. 3:26.92. No doubt he'll be satisfied with that one. Now, we saw Jim, at the Door Summer Sizzler drive a mini rod as well. Grabbed the mini rod that night, picked up the big win. But good to see him back behind the wheel here of a smoker. As the bad decision out of Door, Michigan. As James Ray will be up next. Mac Daddy. Then we'll have Brent Meyer, Injected Funds, and Steve Casey driving Burning Green here tonight out of Signan, Ohio. So moving our way through the Pro Stock class here tonight. Just purchased this tractor. Jim Shaindorf. As we'll send it down trackside to Krista.
All right, well, this was not a bad decision to make that run because you're in 4th currently, Jim. That looked pretty good.
It felt really good. The track is a little bit harder than I thought it was going to be out there. I thought the moisture would come up more. But I think we made a good pass. This is my first time on a pro stock, so it's 2006. I pulled my diesel super until 2014, so it felt really good, and I appreciate the opportunity my cousin John and his son Ben gave me to help with the tractor and get back on the seat again.
Okay, so was it as much fun as you remember? Tell me about being back out.
Yeah, a pro stock's totally different because my diesel super was quieter in a sense because of 4 turbos. Then I retired from a blown mini rod. So going from a blown mini rod, which is instant horsepower, no clutch, to this is a whole different ball game again, but just like old hat, just like getting back in the seat like I've done it since 1996.
All right, well, we want to know, you've driven just about everything, including the NTPA scoreboard this year. So what are you building for next year?
What am I building for?
Yeah, you've already driven the scoreboard, right? Didn't you drive the scoreboard?
Yeah, I took the scoreboard to Chapel Hill after my event in Door, Michigan down there for the Door Summer Sizzler. I took it down to Nashville for Chase to Chapel Hill. I pulled in Chapel Hill many times, so it brought back some very good memories down there, but it was hot as blazes, and so it's a normal deal in Chapel Hill. But no, it went to Nashville for a night, had a good time, flew back home on Sunday, went back to work on Monday. So.
That we just never know what to expect. We never know where we're going to see you, but we sure do enjoy when we do.
I like to be involved in all aspects of sport, from a competitor to a promoter to a fan. I just love everything about it, and I love the people. I just love it. So
glad to have you here, and that's never a bad decision. Back to you, Dan.
All right, so we'll take a look back at the start line here. James Ray behind the wheel of the Mac Daddy. For Julia Ray. Julia not on hand here tonight, so once again, James tapped to do the driving. James out of Salem, Ohio, the Mac Daddy. Now he currently sits number 2 right now with the first tractor, the Mac Nasty of Mike Connie, at 344.03 as we work our way through the 10,000-pound pro stock class. Wellington, Ohio. Thanks for joining us here on Full Pull Live. Just might have done it right there. A good run for James Ray and the Mac Daddy. Now he need to go better than 345.08 to take over that number 1 spot. And boy, he got a lot of momentum going. Second time down the track here tonight for James Ray, as we will see here on the replay. So that front end just a dangling out there. So distance comes up here at 340.04. Boy, I thought he had a little bit more momentum than that, but nice run. It'll put him number 2 and number 3 with the Mac trailer rides here tonight. So as we see on our leaderboard, Mac Nasty number 2, then we'll put Mac Daddy number 3 at 340.04 here tonight. We'll put the Get Her Done Deer back to that number 4 spot for Kevin Schmucker. So moving on through pro stock classes, we've got Brett Meyer up next here, last week's big winner out of Red Granite, Wisconsin. With the injected funds. Remember, he swept the weekend in Bowling Green, also picked up the ring. course, this tractor had a rebuild after the Rockwell event. Lost a couple pistons over in Rockwell and went back in the shop. They have found something. We'll send it down trackside to Krista.
All right, with James Ray, Mac Daddy couldn't quite catch Mac Nasty. He got a second and then a third, but tell me about what you learned from that run down to here.
Our first one, I think, was probably had a better shot. Track was a little better, but we gave it a good shot. There's still some good tractors back there. Hopefully it'll hold up.
Yeah, we hope it will. And how has the track changed?
I think it's just going away a little bit on the starting line. So.
Good runs, though. Like you said, what do you have in store? Yeah, anything left for next week? We see you next week.
Yeah, we'll be in Starr County, Canton, Ohio next week, and hopefully the tractors are good and we can make 2 good runs there, and hopefully we come out on top.
All right, we're going to see if that second and third hold up. So thank you, James. Appreciate it. Dan?
All right, so we'll go back to the start line there as you see current leader Brandon Simon backing up teammate Brent Meyer to the start line here.
So we had a month period where they weren't scoring very well. But he's coming off of last weekend, and he was your winner of this class 2 nights in a row, and is your ring winner. Everybody has a grabber every once in a while that you just can't hardly.
All right, so slack out of the chain here for Brent Meyer. Like we said earlier, swept last weekend. Looking to do it again here tonight. The Injected Funds, tough runner. Red Granite, Wisconsin.
They would have hooked up Bowling Green. Just have to find out what this hook's going to bring here tonight. You can tell the difference in between the compound.
Of course, this team here looking to go 1, 2, and 3. They did it last Saturday night in Bowling Green with all 3 of their tractors taking those top 3 positions. Brent, the owner of Lincoln Diesel Specialties up there in Wisconsin. Started off years ago truck pulling, diesel truck puller, then moved on into pro stock, and boy, he has been tough. 2-time defending Grand National champion. Not going to do it here tonight. The Injected Funds going to come up short as he got off to that right side of the track here. So coming up short here, Brent Meyer, Injected Funds. So pull distance will come in here at 3:27.07 for Brent Meyer, number 5 spot, but definitely not what he was looking for here tonight. So working that right side of the track here, and I'd have to say, do it again, be going towards the middle part of the track. We'll see as they'll have their 3rd tractor. Brandon will be out a little bit later. So Steve Casey, Signet, Ohio, will be up next. Now he'll be behind the wheel, Vernon Green. Of course, Steve Casey, a longtime Super Farm puller. Going to be doing the driving here, the Vernon Green, then Ty Whitney's Green with Envy. And then Danny Schmucker's Rampage. Our next couple tractors coming up here. All right, we'll send it down trackside to Krista's got Brent Meyer.
With Brent Meyer, I know that wasn't what you were looking for, but tell me about the run. A lot of guys saying the track is changing a little bit.
Yeah, it's a hard track to read tonight, and just didn't fall in our hands, but we still got one on top right now, so we hope to get one more or whatever to keep that points lead up.
Brandon come over and talk to you a little bit about his run. I know, again, the track's a little different since he's gone out, but what did he say to you?
Yeah, they're team tractors, so he, gave me a little bit of advice or whatever. We looked at a little bit of our logs and tried a little bit different here, but it didn't pan out for us with this one.
Is there anything could you or would you have done differently?
Yeah, probably a little bit different gear change.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so as we take a look here back to the start line, Steve Casey, Super Farm competitor, Signet, Ohio, driving the burning green here tonight, trying to help sort this tractor out. And we should have Denny Brown up next with the Green with Envy, then Danny Schmucker with the Rampage. Our next three coming up. So we saw Steve in the winner's circle 1 week ago, Bowling Green in the Super Farm class.
Different drivers behind the wheel of this tractor, Jake Brickner being one of them. Not sure if the KCs might be getting into the pro stocks or they're just helping them out this weekend. I did see Bill was here, Jeff was here.
All right, so as we take a look here at our lineup, got just a few more tractors left to go here in the Friday night spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio. As Steve Casey going to pilot the Burning Green here, owned by the Brickner family. We usually see Jake Brickner doing the driving here of this tractor, and here tonight, Casey's going to help sort it out. Nice run there for Steve Casey.
Not too bad of a run there.
Signet, Ohio. Behind the wheel here, pro stock action.
And pulled in the Super Farm division and had quite a bit of success these past couple of years. With totally.
So we'll get the distance in here for the Burning Green entry.
For that family.
295, a 0-1 will be the distance here, 295. And a 0-1. We'll put Steve down in the pack a little bit, just outside of that top 10, but
He'll be up next. He'll be up next from St. Mary's, Ohio. Money's green and so is the lake. It's good old St. Mary's. Good old Lake St. Mary's. I think they got it cleaned up by now, so that's all right. It always was a very nice lake, except for a few years they had some trouble. I think they got it all fixed back up. Green with Heavy is Envy. He's got here 8R340.
all right, so we take a look here at our current leaderboard. Pro stock class as we wind it down here. The fans kind of making their way out of the Lorain County Fairgrounds here tonight. As just a few more pro stocks left to run. Let's see if anybody can knock Brandon Simon out of that number one spot at 3:45.08.
So, Green with Envy coming up next. Top 5 in your Grand National points. 34 points behind Loud and Heavy. But can mix it up as there's only 3 points to jump into that third place position on the Grand National point circuit.
All right, so we see the Green with Envy and Denny Brown making his way out on the track here.
So, Green with Envy.
Of course, we're running the Grand National Circuit for the first time here in 2025. Currently sits number 5, and just a win waiting to happen here for this team out of Western Kentucky. Clay, Kentucky, they call home. So he'll be followed by Danny Schmucker, and then we'll have Esden Lemke, New Generation Plus. Here you take a look at all the data you get on that dashboard there. As Denny Brown gets set to go to work here tonight. Green with Envy. John Deere 8R340.
Danny Schmucker with Rampage here on deck and New Generation Plus with Esden Lemke.
Boy, that number one spot here tonight here in Wellington, that has been the place to be. So the number one hook in our Classic Super Stock as well as the mini class, and we had the second hook in the lightweight class to take the win. Right now, Brandon Simon holding down that number one spot at 3:45.08 as our leader here in Pro Stock. Nice run right down the center of the track here. The green with envy. Here we'll take a look at the replay of this run. .35.03. Nice run. 3:35.01. So they tell us Ty Whitney doing the driving here, green with envy for the Brown family. As we see here on the replay, nice straight run. So yeah, we'll put the green with envy in that number 5 spot at 3:35.03. So Ty Whitney doing the driving for Denny Brown here tonight. The green with envy team.
Currently 11th on the Grand National point standing. Talked earlier about his dad Kevin.
So working our way through the Pro Stock class here tonight.
Talking with him, said not the best of the year, but they're having fun and they're
with Ty Whitney. Ty, it looked like you kind of bounced a little bit at the start, going left and right, and then found that line.
That's Ty Whitney.
Yeah, for the most part, I thought it was a pretty good pass. I just want to thank Denny Brown for giving me the opportunity to drive tonight.
Tell us a little bit about the run. I mean, it looked like it was pretty solid.
See the ground force.
It was a real good run. I don't know what else we could have changed, to be honest with you.
They say the track's changing a little bit. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, I would say it's changing. I don't know if it's getting better, if it's getting worse, but after that, I think it's probably getting a little bit better.
We love having you here. You're from St. Mary's, Ohio, right? About 2.5 hours away. What do you think about pulling here in Wellington?
I think it's a pretty cool place to come pull. I pulled here a couple years ago, and I really like this track.
And still here, sticking around for this Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock class.
Pretty cool. Thank you.
Dan?
All right, so we'll go back to the start line here. Danny Schmucker. We saw Dad run earlier. Dad currently sitting in that number 4 spot here in Pro Stock competition as Danny brings out the Rampage. Of course, the Schmucker family, 4-time Grand National champions. Of course, make sure you do join us next weekend. Full Pull Live will be in Canton, Ohio for their event, the Stark County Fair. As we'll have 3 Grand National classes. We'll have the Pro Stocks running, the Lightweight Supers, as well as the Light Modifieds will be running this year. As they will replace the 2-wheel drives, which have been in Stark County the last couple of years. So going with the Light Mods this year. And following weekend will be in Sandwich, Illinois. For that 3 sessions of pulling. We'll have the trucks running on Thursday night, the Super Stock diesel trucks. And then Saturday will be the Super Farms, the Pro Stocks, the Diesel Supers, and the Modifieds. We'll run 2 sessions on Saturday. So Danny Schmucker going to work this left-hand side of the track. It's pretty much as far over we've seen anybody go here in Pro Stock, as they all try to figure it out here tonight. James Ray just a couple tractors ago moved into that number 3 spot with Mac Daddy. Let's see what Danny Schmucker can do. Of course, the Schmucker's pretty crafty out there. We'll see what they can come up with. Good run for Danny Schmucker. Definitely going to shake it up here. The Rampage out of Louisville, Ohio. With just a handful of tractors left to go here in our Friday night spectacular here in Wellington, Ohio. Let's see just how close he was over to that left-hand sideline. So let's see what the distance comes up here for Danny at 3:36.04. So 3:36.04, and that will put him number 5 right now, as he'll bump out Ty Whitney. So that'll bring us up here to Esden Lemke with the New Generation Plus. Then Brandon Simon will follow with Loudon Heavy X, and the Linder brothers. Mike Linder and the Linder brothers John Deere. So as we said, just a handful left to go here. So we'll put the Rampage in that number 5.
All right, with Danny
we'll
Schmucker currently in 5th, 3:36, a good run. So tell me, I had a lot of people talking about the track changing. I know your dad went out earlier. What did he tell you?
I think the track was a little better earlier in the class. Later on here, we're having to make a few adjustments and move around a little bit, but it's still pretty good. There's probably a good pass out there yet. Somebody's going to find it. We're pretty consistent tonight, 3:36 and 3:37. After our weekend last weekend, I think we made a little improvement tonight, and look forward to the rest of the year.
When you say a good pass is still coming, as a viewer here on Full Pull Live, we like that because we want to see, we want to stick around. We also want to stick around next weekend because you've got a big one coming up in Canton.
Yeah, we do. We got a 2-night at the Stark County Fair in Canton, Ohio next weekend. We have light modified, pro stock, light super, and 2 Region 2 classes. It should be a lot of fun, and hope to see everyone there.
A lot of reasons to come out, and if you're not in the area, maybe you can watch it on Full Pull Live. Am I invited? Can I come out there?
Oh, yeah, you're always invited.
I was there last year. Look forward to going back. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Dan?
All right, fans, so the New Generation Plus, Esden Lemke, 3rd generation puller. Of course, he was the big $50,000 winner at Farley back in June. Big invitational out there, and he came away with that championship. Of course, Esden currently sitting right now in that number 3 spot in Grand National points. And we talked about it earlier, the 2 tractors, the Loudon Heavy and Loudon Heavy X, 33 points out front of number 3 spot here of Esden Lemke. Of course, on back, it's a little bit tighter, as we've got a tie for that number 5 spot between Greenwood Envy and Denny Brown's tractor and Mac Nasty, Mike Connie's. So the New Generation Plus, Esden Lemke out of Helenville, Wisconsin, just west of the Milwaukee area. Just a few more pro stocks left to go. Over on that right side there, and not going to be the place to be out there for pro stocks here tonight, as Esden's going to come up short with the New Generation Plus John Deere 4010. So Brandon Simon, our current leader, he'll be out with, their own tractor, the Loudon Heavy X. The Simon family owns that tractor, the Loudon Heavy X. So 306 even will be the distance here for Esden Lemke on the right side of the track.
Once again, thanks to all of our track crew tonight, our NTPA crew. Guys are right on top of things. We thank each and every one of you. Of course. Our good friend Gordon, he's a great guy. All of these guys, they put their heart and soul into being on the track. And
so there we take a look here at the leaderboard. No change in our top 10 there is Esden Lemke with the New Generation Plus. So Brandon Simon make his way up to the start line here with the Loudon Heavy X.
Right here for Friday night spectacular. Brandon Simon.
So let's see if he can do it again. We saw as our test bowler here tonight put it out at 3:45.08, and they have tried and tried, but we have not. All right, we'll send it down trackside with Esden.
Now, Esden, I'm going to show you here. You go ahead and take that. You can see some distances there while I talk to you. I know it's been that wasn't the run you necessarily wanted. They talked a lot about no. You said no. We're not even going to quit. No. So tell would you have done anything differently, or just the track changing a little bit, or?
I got just a little too far over on the right-hand side a little bit. And it kind of bounced on the video. I watched it, but yeah, I mean, I felt like our tires were good and everything. We just got on the bad side of the track, but.
So just the line, I mean, it bounced a little bit, so it sent you over?
Yeah, well, it kind of did, but I tried to tap the brake and get her over a little bit, but she did not want to quite move on me. But
what about your season, though? The season's been pretty good overall.
The season's been really good. You know, past couple weeks we've kind of struggled, but this year has definitely been a good year. I can't complain. But
what do you think about pulling here at Wellington, too? Do you like this Friday night spectacular? One show on a Friday night?
With the one show thing, that's kind of tough on us, but I love this place. It's a good track always. I can't complain.
Thank you very much. Are you done with that, or do you need to keep that? You're done? Okay, all right. I'm going to thank you. Dan?
All right, so back to the start line here with Brandon Simon, Loudon Heavy X.
Trucking company and other things that would just boggle the mind.
Let's see if he can find the magic here. I'd say he found the magic. What a run right there, Brandon Simon. Woo! They are playing hardball here tonight, Loudon Heavy X. Now 3:45.08 is what he had to beat, and I think we're going to stretch it out just a little bit further here. We might have hit 3:50 with that run. And this will be interesting to see here on the replay because this tractor really just had one heck of a launch out there. So pulls it off the track here, and well, there it is. The distance, 350.99. So we have got a new leader in Brandon Simon. So first and second right now. First and second for Brandon Simon. So Mike Linder going to be up next here with the Linder brothers, and then Jeremy Smith, Spontaneous Combustion. So great run there for Brandon Simon, the Loudon Heavy X.
All right, Brandon Simon was the first one out, 3:45. You said, all right, everyone's going to have to catch us. Well, you caught yourself. Now you are the new leader over yourself.
Yeah, I mean, just had to change some things. I mean, it don't matter. We're always for the win, and, there's a lot of tough ones yet to come, and I just knew I had to get down there where I was, and tried a few things, and it worked out. But I just got to give a big shout out to Weimer Fuel and Air for everything they do for us all season long with all the vehicles we're running. Riverside Engines, Keith and Phil, and everybody there at Tiffin, Ohio. I mean, some of these parts were out here this week, and here they are back out here running, and it just says a lot about their product. And Sampico Oil for everything they do. Chad Mayhill for our tires. Big shout out to Brad Walkup, crew chief, gunning on all these hot rods, and my brother back home, my wife and kids, and just trying to make the old man proud upstairs.
Well, I'm sure he is, and I think that we've asked a lot of the pollers if the track has changed. You should be the one I'm asking because you were out here early at first run and then now, so how is it different from the last time we talked with you?
The track always changes a little bit, but you just got to do your homework there and get down through there. I mean, there's not bad tracks. There's just bad setups, they always say, and we just had to make some adjustments. It kind of went away there, and there was nothing over on that right side. We tried Brent, and we really wish we would have got down there. But, yeah, big shout-out to everybody in Red Granite there, Steve and Wendy and Lauren and everybody at Lincoln Diesel for everything they do for our team. It takes an army to make this all happen.
I know so many people you try to get through Bowling Green. That's kind of a delineation of the season. But then you look ahead to Enderley. What do you have planned for Enderley and knowing that you're going to be going?
Yeah, I think right now we got the 30-some point lead, so I mean that'll be a stroll in the park.
It was only that easy. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. Dan?
All right, so there we take a look at a couple legends right there. We see John Linder coming off the tractor, Mike Linder behind the wheel, the Linder brothers out of Edison, Ohio. Good to see them back on the Grand National circuit. Saw them last weekend in Bowling Green. Of course, got Grand National champions way back, early 80s when this class started with NTPA competition. So Mike Linder behind the wheel. Linder brothers. So new lead distance here, 350.99. Brandon Simon stretching it out. Tractor just not acting right there for Mike as he left the start line. Kind of cleaned out there towards the end of the run, but take a look at that stovepipe they got there. The Linder brothers. Let's talk about those big turbos they run in this class. Got to get rid of that smoke as well. So we'll get the numbers in here for Mike Linder. So Jeremy Smith with the Spontaneous Combustion going to be our next puller up. So 320.05 will be the distance here. 320.05. There's Jeremy Smith with Spontaneous Combustion, the Caterpillar. And then Hayden Arnold will be our final competitor here in the Wrapped Up with Vengeance ride. So we'll put Mike Linder in that number 12 spot with just 2 to go here in our Pro Stock class here tonight. So once again, fans, lots of great action coming up on Full Pull Live here this next week, as we'll continue the action here as the end of August concludes. We'll get into September. Of course, Grand National events next weekend, Friday night, Wauseon, Ohio. The mini modifieds will be in competition, as well as the modified four-wheel drives for Grand National points. Got a whole bunch of regional classes running as well.
Well, looky here, we got a yellow tractor.
So here comes the Caterpillar,
Ladies and gentlemen.
as Jeremy Smith, Medina, Ohio, with the spontaneous combustion. We've seen this tractor out a couple times.
So far this year on the NTPA Grand National Pro Stock Circuit.
See some of the Hardy fans hanging in there to the final tractors. Of course, Cat Challenger here. Jeremy, a guy started years ago running Super Farm tractors for a whole bunch of years. One of the toughest before moving on up in the Pro Stock ranks. So slack out of the chain here for Jeremy Smith as he moves way over on that right side. Going to try something different here. I'd imagine he's probably going to try to cross-track it here. I don't see him going down that right sideline. We saw Esden Lemke try that. Did not work for him. So let's see if he's going to run it across this track. Spontaneous combustion. Exactly what he did right there. You get a good shot of it. Working over that left-hand sideline for Jeremy Smith. Not too far away, but I know So we'll get the distance in here for Jeremy Smith. Our second to last Pro Stock here tonight here in Wellington. So 327 and 95, 327.95. So that's it. We're down to Hayden Arnold with the wrapped up with the vengeance out of Hagerstown, Indiana. Will be our final competitor. So 350.99 for Brandon Simon. Loud and Heavy X leading the way here. Brandon number 2 at 345.08. As we'll bring up Wrapped Up with Vengeance to bring us home here tonight in our Pro Stock class. And we'll send it down to Jeremy Smith with Krista.
With Jeremy Smith, really nice looking tractor, by the way. So tell me, if I had to wait all night to get that run, what did you think of it?
I think it went pretty well. We tried to pull something out of the hat and go over and cross track it, just try something different to see if it worked out. I think it worked okay.
So would you have done it again? Like, what did you learn and thought, okay, this might work, might not, but what did you think?
The biggest thing we saw was there was the pan. There was a kind of a big hole in the starting line and not getting much drawbar, so we wanted to get out of that. But we wanted to be, I think it was better at the big end on the left side, so that's where we come up with cross-tracking.
Okay, but cross-tracking, when you think of that, like, you have to be able to control it because you're going to have a lot of power, a lot of speed coming out of there. So it makes me nervous hearing you do that. But were you able to execute it properly?
Yeah, I think it went well. We had to get on the brake just a little bit to correct it some, but we kind of offset the sled a little bit of an angle, so that helped that. So I say we executed the plan well.
Tractor looks great. Good run, and thanks for being here. Dan?
All right, so there we take a look here. The John Deere 5020, the second half of that Lawyer Polling team. Hagerstown, Indiana for Hayden Arnold. Wrapped up with a vengeance. John Deere 50-20. So he will have the final word here tonight. See if he can knock off Brandon Simon. Right now sitting 1 and 2. So Pro Stocks will have 2 hooks next weekend, and then the following weekend in Sandwich, Illinois. Next weekend's Canton, Ohio. And we'll bring you all the action right here on Full Pull Live.
And that case, of course, we've already seen times where, like in a four-wheel drive truck, where the guy just cannot get back up to that sled. Just no matter what he does, he can't get there. And
so Hayden Arnold, Hagerstown, Indiana.
That's all right. Nothing wrong with that at all. So fans,
Wrapped up with a vengeance. As we talked about earlier, ran a couple 5-0 Pro Stocks on region competition last couple years before stepping on up here.
to the Hoochie Coo, and we are ready to roll here. Don't forget, NTPA merchandise on that merchandise stand before you go. See Mr. Gray. And here we are. Hey, show these guys how to pull tractors tonight.
So that will do it here tonight. Wrapped up with a vengeance. Hayden Arnold. As he'll come up a little bit short here. We'll get the distance in here for him and get you our rundown of our Pro Stock class here tonight. It's Brandon Simon going to be a winner. So pull distance here for Hayden Arnold. Looks like going to come in at
So here we are. Here's the top five. Kevin Spucker, Internet Bear at 3:37 and 9. 1, 2, 4th place.
So we'll take a look here at the replay. Hayden Arnold looking on over to that sideline. So 3:22.93 will be the distance officially for him. So that'll put him in that number 13 spot. So Brandon Simon going to be our big winner here tonight as he'll pick up career win number 11 in Pro Stock competition. So congratulations to Brandon. As we'll get our leaderboard up here and show you our top 10 finishers. So first and second for Brandon Simon here tonight at 350.99, our winning distance. You see James Ray will finish up number 3 and number 4. And Kevin Schmucker will round out the top 5 with the Get Her Done Deer. Take a look at our bottom 10 here is the Rampage, Danny Schmucker, the Greenwood Envy. As we saw Ty Whitney doing the driving, Spontaneous Combustion. Jeremy Smith will be number 8. Number 9 will be Injected Funds. And then rounding out the top 10 will be the Bad Decision as we take a look at the rest of our runners here tonight in Pro Stock competition. So congratulations to all our winners here tonight. That will wrap things up for us here on behalf of Krista Kelly as well as Jason Schultz down trackside and the entire Full Pull Live crew. This is Dan Mayer thanking you for tuning in to Full Pull Live, your home for live streaming pulling action.